morning. On behalf of the Russia seminar at the Finnish National Defense University, welcome to our discussion on Russia's relations with the contemporary world. My name is Michael Ruland, Senior Advisor at the Russia Strategic Initiative for U.S. European Command. And please allow me to quickly introduce our speakers for this panel. Our first presentation on the changing vectors of Russia's wartime international cooperation will be offered by the team of Colonel Valery Horachuk and Lieutenant Colonel Nina Andrianova. Colonel Horachuk is the head of Transformation and Integrity Process Research Department at the Center of Military and Strategic Studies, National Defense University of Ukraine. He has a PhD in Information Technology, and he's participated in peacekeeping operations in Mali, as well as being a combat veteran in Ukraine. Lieutenant Colonel Andrianova is a PhD in political science and a leading researcher on hybrid warfare and Euro-Atlantic integration at the Center of Military and Strategic Studies at the National Defense University of Ukraine. Our second presentation on Russia's alliance building strategies during the Ukraine war will be presented by Dr. Sergei Melkonian. Dr. Melkonian is a research fellow at the Applied Policy Research Institute of Armenia, focusing on Russia and Iran. From 2020 to 2022, he served as an assistant to the president of Armenia, covering the post-Soviet and Middle East regions. Our third presentation on Russia's changing role in Central Asia will be presented by Marzia Simino. Marzia is a political analyst with over 15 years of experience in foreign and security policies across Russia and Eurasia, working with the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission in Ukraine, the Carnegie Moscow Center, and Crisis Management Initiative, or CMI. She's currently completing a doctoral degree, I believe right now, at the Finnish National Defense University. Okay, as a reminder, each of our presenters will have about 20 minutes to deliver their key ideas, and we'll take questions and discuss all of the papers at the end of the three presentations. So with that, over to you, Nina and Colonel Horachuk.
Hello, everybody. Hello, dear colleagues. I'm very happy to be here in person. Unfortunately, my colleague, Colonel Valery Gradichuk, couldn't be with us in person, but he will join us online. We prepared this topic together, and maybe he will add something. Our topic is changing the vectors of Russian foreign policy to achieve goals in the war with Ukraine. Changing in Russian foreign policy in recent years have become a key in the context of ongoing war in Ukraine. The shift in Russia's policy orientation from traditional diplomatic approaches to more aggressive actions, as well as the use of economic and military pressure, indicates a desire to achieve strategic goals in the region. This report will analyze the main aspects of Russian foreign policy by phases. First, before the Russian-Ukrainian war in 2014. Then, during the Russian-Ukrainian war, during 2014 and 2022, and after full-scale invasion in 2022. First period we divide in three stages. First one is from 1991 to 2000. We call it the period of Atlantism and the search for a place in the world. Main goals on this period were main Russian goals on this period were the integration into the international system led by the West, search for strategic partnership with the US, NATO, and the EU, and maintaining influence in the post-Soviet space. The vectors were it was, first of all, priority of integration with the West, closer ties with USA, NATO, and EU. Also international organizations such as UN, OSCE and EMF with you and others. This period, this stage characterized by weak of influence on the post-Soviet space, gradual disintegration of the CIS countries, weak economical and political cooperation between countries of the region. Also unwillingness to confrontation. Moscow has temporarily accepted the abandonment of Soviet Union global role, focusing on domestic issues, and this period characterized neutral attitude towards to China. The next stage, from 2000 and 2008, foreign policy aimed at strengthening statehood and external autonomy. The Russians' main goals on this period were restoring the status of great power, counteracting US dominance in the international system, strengthening control over the post-Soviet space. And vectors we can characterize like, first of all, strengthening the post-Soviet space. Russia began actively influence in internal affairs of its neighbors using economical and energy instruments. It doesn't work, it's okay? Okay, conflicts with the West, criticism of NATO policy, negative perception of NATO expansion to the East. Also criticism of the US invasion in Iraq 2003. This period characterized by turning to China, a strengthening strategic partnership with China, especially in trade and energy. Also launching integration projects in opposition to the EU and NATO. It's a Shanghai Cooperation Organization, SCO, creation Union State, Union with Russia and Belarus in 2000, Collective Security Treaty Organization in 2002, BRICS, and others. The next stage is 2008 and 2014. The Russian main goals on this period were to consolidate control over the post-Soviet space, maintaining Russian political influence, and building a multipolar world as an alternative to unipolar US dominance. Vectors. As you can see, first of all, strengthening its influence in the post-Soviet space. It's characterized by political pressure on Ukraine to prevent the signing of association agreement with EU. Support for pro-Russian movements and separatism entities in South Ossetia, Abkhazia, Transnistria. Also attempts to create Euro-Asian Economic Union. The worsening of relations with the West, with US, with NATO, and EU. Criticism of NATO because of its expansion and operations in Libya, reactions on Ukraine's and Georgia plans to join NATO, and others. To conclude this period before Russian-Ukrainian war, we can say this period was characterized by the search of Russia's place and role in the world politics, sharp change in the vectors of Russia foreign policy from its orientation toward to the West and aspiration for partnership with the EU, NATO, and United States to the deterioration of relations. The beginning of confrontation and reorientation towards Asia and Middle East. Since the collapse of the USSR, Russia has sought to maintain its influence on post-Soviet states. Since Putin came to power, this influence has increased and taken the form of economic pressure, support for movements aimed at integration with Russia through CIS and Eurasian Economic Union, assistance to the conflict in South Ossetia, Abkhazia, Georgia, and support for authoritarian regimes. Such events as the statement of the State Duma of the Russian Federation of the Russian status of Syria, Sevastopol, Russia aggression actions against Moldova and in Transnistria and its criminal wars in Chechnya, and the war against Georgia in 2008, all of this already testified to the Russian imperial ambitions. The rise of authoritarianism, conflicts in the West, and economic ambitions laid the foundation for further aggressive policy, which culminated in 2014 with the outbreak of war against Ukraine. The period was characterized by the use of information, cyber, economic, and energy means of warfare, not only against Ukraine, but also against the West. It was characterized by increased confrontation with Western countries, the search for new partners among the states of the Global South, and the strengthening of authoritarian alliances. The main Russian goals on this period were securing control over Crimea and influence in Donbass, preventing Ukraine's integration into the EU and NATO, weakening NATO and the EU, splitting their unity, and strengthening position at the global level through cooperation with other authoritarian regimes. Foreign vectors of Russia from 2014 were focus on post-Soviet space. Russia continued to maintain its dominant influence in the region, but the events in Ukraine caused caution on the part of other CIS countries. With Belarus was deepening of the military-political alliance, especially after the protest in 2020. Georgia and Moldova continued pressure over support for separatism regions, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Transnistria. Relationship with the West became more worse. The US and EU, Canada, and other countries imposed a series of economical and personal sanctions on Russia, covering energy, financial sector, high-tech trade, and arms sales. Became deep in isolation. Russia was expelled from the group of 8, J8, which became a symbol of its international isolation. And in 2015, Ukraine officially recognized Russia as an aggressor state. Relationship with Asia, Russia intensified its turn to the east in an attempt to compensate for the loss of markets and partners in the West. With China was expansion of economic cooperation, particularly in energy sector. China became Russia's key trading partner, but the relationship was asymmetrical. Russia was increasingly dependent on Chinese capital and technology. With India, continued military technical cooperation, actually arms supplies. With Turkey, despite tension over Syria and Nagorno-Karabakh, Russia developed economic ties, particularly in the energy sector and military cooperation. With Syria, participation in the civil war on the side of Bashar al-Assad regime since 2015, using the Syrian conflict to demonstrate military force and strengthen its position in the region. With Iran, cooperation in military technical sphere and support for Iran in its confrontation with the West. In Africa and Latin America, increased military presence through private military companies such as PMC Wagner, search for new markets for weapons and raw materials. In Latin America, expansion of economic cooperation with Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua. The main consequences of Russia's foreign policy in 2014-2022 were the start of international isolation, the destruction of confidence in Russia in the international arena, dependence on China, the turn to the east has led increased economic dependence on China, strengthening authoritarian alliances, depending cooperation with Iran, North Korea, Venezuela, and other regimes, and degradation of relations with neighbor countries. Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova have finally reoriented to the West. To conclude this period, we can say that Russia's foreign policy in 2014-2022 became more confrontational, but there was no isolation as much. Relations with the West collapsed due to the annexation of Crimea, aggression in Donbass, and violation of international law. Russia has focused on building new alliances with authoritarian countries, but this has led to an increase in its economic and political dependence on China and other partners. US and European sanctions has focused Russia to diversify its trade markets and seek new sources for investment in Asia region. The next period is from 2022, from full-scale invasion Russia in Ukraine. Russia large-scale invasion was turning point in global policy. It was not only caused the largest security crisis in Europe, it caused the largest security crisis in Europe since World War II, but also significantly affected Russian foreign policy priorities, its relation with other states, and its place in the world system. The main goals of Russia foreign policy after 2022 were securing control, consolidating control over the occupied territories of Ukraine, legitimizing the annexation of Ukrainian territories, Donetsk, Lugansk, Zaporizhia, Kherson regions through referendums, strengthening military pressure and administrative control, counteracting Western support for Ukraine, attempts to destroy the unity of NATO and the EU through energy pressure, propaganda and diplomatic influence, searching for alternative alliances and partners, strengthening cooperation with the countries of Global South and authoritarian regimes in order to form an anti-Western coalition, protecting the regime and preparing for long-term confrontation, creating alliances that will ensure economic and technological stabilities, promoting anti-Western rhetoric in the international arena. Vectors after 2022 we can characterize follows. In China, strengthening cooperation as a strategic partner. In 2022-2023, economic cooperation with China reached its historical maximum and reached the level of comprehensive partnership and strategic interaction. At the same time, the growing imbalance in economics and narrowing of the gap in military capabilities forced Russia to find an effective framework format that would not put it in complete dependence on China. Relation with North Korea. Under the Strategic Partnership Agreement, Russia has gained a military ally. North Korea transfers weapons, ballistic missiles, to Russia and sends its military personnel to the war on the Russia side. Cooperation with India. India has become the largest energy partner of the Russian Federation after China. Continues to purchase Russian oil to Russia oil and weapons, but maintain neutral position on the war in Ukraine. Turkey. Relation with Turkey became a mediator in negotiation, particularly in grain agreement, while maintaining trade with Russia. Cooperation in Middle East and Africa. Cooperation with Iran in the military sphere, including the supply of Iranian drones used in Ukraine. In Syria, maintaining a military presence of using Syrian experience for action in Ukraine. Africa, strengthening positions through military support, in attracting African countries to their side in UN votes. Cooperation with Latin America countries to form a network of loyal partners capable of providing economical and political support at the global level, using these countries to circumvent sanctions and find new markets. And also we can characterize this period with weakening influence in the post-Soviet space. Russia is trying to maintain influence but has faced challenges. Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan have taken a neutral position in Russian-Ukrainian war. Relations with countries of the region have become more complicated due to the negative impact of the war on the economies, and Russia attempts to draw them into the conflict. In Belarus, Lukashenko has increased dependence on Russia, providing its territory for deployment of troops and military logistics. Confrontation with the West. Sanction pressure, disconnection of banks from SWIFT, freezing of gold and foreign exchange reserves, embargo on oil, gas, and oil. Russia was deprived of membership in the Council of Europe. And consequences in this period. Sanctions, technological degradation, capital outflow, consolidation of the West and NATO expansion, Finland and Sweden. Transformation of Russia into a rogue state depends on China. Military and demographic losses, international prosecutions for war crimes, threat to use nuclear weapons. To conclude this period, we can say Russia foreign policy, after the start full-scale invasion, become even more isolationism and confrontation. Russia is trying to compensate for the loss of ties with the West by focusing on Asia, Africa, and Latin America. However, its dependence on China and limited partnership demonstrate the Russian long-term strategy face serious challenges that may limit its influence in the international arena. Summarizing the changes in the vectors of Russian foreign policy that serve to achieve its goals in the Russian-Ukrainian war, we can conclude that since the beginning of its independence, Russia has been struggling to maintain its influence on post-Soviet countries. Since the beginning of the Russian-Georgian War and then Russian-Ukrainian War, Russia has been actively building its system of international relations by forming new alliances and to counteract NATO and the EU, using such tools as cooperation with non-democratic states and expanding its alliances. Since 2008, in addition to military aggression, Russia has continued to use hybrid methods of influence, such as economic influence, energy blackmail, disinformation, and threats using nuclear weapons. Since 2022, Russia has been waging a large-scale war in which it already lost about 840,000 troops. In the ongoing war, Russia has been able to find new alternative partners such as China, India, Iran, and North Korea, with whom it's depending its strategic partnership, securing military support, and depending cooperation with the countries of Global South. But at the same time, as cooperation develops, political and economic dependence. Further changes in Russia's strategic course are not expanded and are possible only if the level of economic, scientific, technical isolationism increases. Significant strategic differences in the balance of interest between Russia and its situational alliances, primarily China and Iran, and significant threat of losing the occupied territories in the course of hostilities in Ukraine. The priority of foreign policy of Russia is to expand the circle of partners through cooperation with which it can beat level political isolation and strengthen its military potential. Military cooperation with Iran, North Korea, and China is quite fruitful. The United States, EU, and NATO member states have much more powerful economies, but their military industries have not even close to producing the amount of ammunition that tiny North Korea supplies to Russia in 2 years. Russia has achieved its main goal of ending the era of the unipolar world by creating the conditions for multipolarity and becoming one of its centers. The other main goal is new division of the world, the creation of a new system of international relations favorable to Russia based on force politics and disregard for liberal values. And here, as long as we, our democratic states, can fight and prevent it. And I said we, because just only together we can. Thank you.
So we'll now pivot to a complimentary Ukraine.
Sorry. I was so nervous thinking.
Good morning or good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank National Defense University and the Russian team to the opportunity to be here. Interestingly, this section was designed very well because the first speaker mostly focused on the evolution of Russian foreign policy strategy, focusing also on alliance building. And I will focus on Russia's alliance building strategy since 2022. And the last speaker will focus especially on Central Asia. Like, I really like it. What was my research question? So for me, it was interesting to understand what Russia actually is doing since 2022. Because previous modus operandi, like both in regional and global level, not collapsed, but they had to reshape it somehow. And what Russia is going to do since 2022, take into account new security dilemma. So I've outlined 3 key research questions for me. What are new Russia's goals in alliance building strategy? Because as colleague previously mentioned, initially Russia tried to focus on post-Soviet space to keep its zone of influence using both economic and military tools like CIS, CSTO, Eurasian Economic Union, etc. But since 2022, obviously the goals have changed. So what are these goals? The second question is, how and why did Russia change its approach? Definitely, for Russia, it became more complicated to work even in post-Soviet space, like both in Central Asia, South Caucasus, more of Eastern Europe. So, and what approach Russia is trying to apply to achieve its goals, and what formats are more effective for Russia since 2022. Why this topic is important? Not only because we have to, despite our attitude towards Russia, we should try to understand its long-term approach and strategy. Russia's qualitatively new experience might be useful for other countries. Obviously, Russia tried to adopt some experience that Iran has, North Korea has, partly China has, but it tries to create its unique, some experience that might be relevant for other countries. So in order to try to understand what kind of tools other countries may implement in a long-term perspective in their relations with the West or within their regions, we should try to analyze the trends that are in Russia's new foreign policy strategy. And definitely when we are talking about Russia's foreign policy, we should pay attention to its foreign policy concept. We all know that initially this concept that was adopted in March 2023 was planned to publish in 2022. But because of the war in Ukraine, it took 1 year maybe to reshuffle it somehow and change priorities. And for me, there are two important parts in this concept. This is the first one. And the second one is the part related to regional priorities, when they have dramatically changed if we compare with, for example, the concept from 2016. Three key points. What are Russia's goals in foreign policy? To ensure security of Russian Federation, its sovereignty in all domains, and territorial integrity. So here we have three blocks. The first block is security. The second, to create favorable external environment for sustainable development for Russia. So it refers to economy. And the third is to consolidate Russia's position as one of the responsible, powerful, and independent centers of the modern world. So the third block is about politics. And I try to reshape, to divide politics, economy, security, and take into my analysis all Russia's steps that took place since 2022, and divide them to global and regional level. So from the global level, the key goal of Russia's foreign policy is to accelerate the transition to a multipolar world, and to zoom in regional level to reduce the influence of the West in regional affairs. Let me give you one example. Traditionally, the South Caucasus was a zone of interest and influence of Russia. But after the Artsakh-Nagorno-Karabakh War 2020, Russia agreed to develop 3+3 format, which means have a multilateral format that includes 3 regional countries, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, and 3 neighbors, Russia, Turkey, and Iran. So that was the first time when Russia agreed to share somehow the zone of influence in the South Caucasus, and having the key priority, create a format without the West. As, for example, Russia was doing in Syria. There was a Geneva format that somehow worked and somehow didn't work, and Russia decided to put on the agenda the Astana format that came from the Geneva format. There are 3 countries, Russia, Iran, and Turkey, that can change and influence on the situation on the ground, and let in 3 decide the future of Syria, but without the West. The same, the Westernization format we have now in the South Caucasus. Coming to economy, obviously the key goal for Russia on global level is to overcome the isolation. And making zoom in to regional level, Russia is trying to focus its neighbor countries, especially in terms of connectivity. Obviously, the North-South Transport Corridor is one of the key long-term Russia's project to overcome the isolation. Russia is also developing some North Transport route, Eastern Transport route, but they are pushing forward the connectivity agenda with its all neighbors, in South Caucasus and Central Asia. And coming to security, obviously, the key goal is to establish new balance of power and recognize it in treaties, doesn't matter bilateral or multilateral. Coming to strategic stability, when we talk about the Russia-US negotiations, arms control, nuclear deal, etc. And non-formal agreements, so maybe US and Russia in their agreement will reach the, let's call it the share zone on influence. For example, US is not going deep into post-Soviet space and recognize post-Soviet space as a zone of Russia's interest. And for Russia, it's important to record it in agreements, like to record a new balance of change of balance. And making zoom in to regional level in terms of security, for Russia is extremely important to maintain the status quo. Last year here in Russian Seminar 2024, I was talking about how did Russia's military presence change in South Caucasus and Middle East since the outbreak of the Ukraine war. And we see that Russia's military presence has reduced both in South Caucasus and Middle East when we talk about Syria. Now Russia does not have peacekeepers in Nagorno-Karabakh. Russia doesn't have border troops on Armenia-Azerbaijan border. There are no Russian military in Armenian southern region, so the military presence of Russia in Armenia is reducing, zero presence in Nagorno-Karabakh, and almost zero presence in Syria. So it means that any change of status quo on regional level will negatively impact on Russia's military presence. This is why, from regional perspective, for Russia it's extremely important to maintain somehow the status quo. And try to sum up what are key Russia's foreign policy goals in short term, mid-term, and long term. Obviously, for short term is the victory in Ukraine. And from this perspective, any even attempt to change the status quo on regional level, from Russian perspective, means that we should not change our focus from Ukraine to other stuff because this is our strategic goal. For example, Russia was not able to effectively react on change status quo in South Caucasus because of the Ukraine. In midterm, obviously the key goal is to weaken Western's influence in global and regional affairs. And for this, Russia is, to achieve this goal, Russia is working with two tools, bilateral and multilateral, and I will come back to them a bit later. And in the long-term run, for Russia, Russia's goal is establishing a multipolar world order, as colleague was talking, having and positioning Russia as one of independent centers of multipolar world. What is cooperation toolkit for Russia for all three domains? I try again to conceptualize somehow both bilateral, multilateral, and put them in politics, security, and economy. On bilateral and politics, obviously there are two formats: the Union State with Belarus that are pushing forward, and the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement. It is important to mention that this agreement, they are different. If we compare, for example, Russia-Iran agreement with Russia-North Korea agreement, they are really different. So they try to adopt for each case this tool. In terms of security, one of examples is Declaration of Allied Cooperation that Russia signed with Azerbaijan. There are not so much differences with the Comprehensive Strategic Partnership Agreement, but again, Russia tried to recalibrate somehow to, especially for Azerbaijan. And moving to economy. On bilateral level, Russia is using different programs, so it's complicated to sign a big agreement related to economy on bilateral level. This is why they focus mostly, these agreements, they focus mostly on FDI and agreement to use a local currency in their exchange. And coming to multilateral format, in politics, I did some plus and minus, I will explain why. So BRICS, obviously it's enlarged, coming to membership, they created a new tool that named BRICS Plus or BRICS Outreach. Russia, India, China, conference on confidence building in Asia. They put attention when they have both bilateral and some multilateral meetings, especially with the Central Asian countries. And one of the biggest formats for Russia is Russia-Africa. In security, they pay more attention in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, and the same format, CICA for Asia. And the biggest problem is with CSTO in Russia. As far as one of our members, Armenia, has de facto freeze its membership in CSTO. So Armenia does not participate in military drills, does not have its representative there, does not participate in funding this organization. Like Armenia has zero participation in this organization. And CSTO partly has changed its goals, and I will come back to this later. And in terms of economy, we see that Russia's toolkit is more succeeded comparing with others because they've created a lot of menu, let's call it this way, for post-Soviet space or for a Far East or far abroad, as they call in new foreign policy concept. And they here especially pay attention to Shanghai Cooperation Organization, both in terms of security and in terms of economy. But initially, Russia was trying to deter Chinese attempt to focus on economy in Shanghai Cooperation Organization because Russia understood that China has a dominant position. This is why Russia preferred to focus more on security. But in the last years, Russia agreed to focus more on economy, even in this organization. I calculated all Russia's bilateral agreement from Russia's MFA website because obviously to make some qualitative research, you need some quantitative data. And interestingly, the key, we see the priorities of Russia's bilateral agreements. The priorities are first economy, then security. So economy first. But initially, when I was working on it, I was thinking that maybe for Russia's priority in terms of the war in Ukraine, as far as obviously taking into account Russia's position that this is existential conflict for it means that maybe all the logic should be around security, but no, the key focus was on economy. And the other block, it's more about some humanitarian agreements like medicine, education, etc. And then I put it on the map. There are some interesting developments when I was reviewing all the documents. Some of them, they are not in force yet because they've signed, but they're not adopted. But here we have good indicator how Russia is shifting to the east, and not only east, to Africa. So because more than 30% of its agreement are related to African countries. And this is the top of bilateral agreements that Russia has signed since 2022 until 2024. Obviously, the key, number one is Belarus, and most of agreements are related to the integration, especially in terms of economy. And then we see by the evolution, real shift to Asia. Some of them related to coming to Abkhazia. It's also related to not only economy but also political, like to integration. But mostly other countries, they are both related to economy rather than security. And coming from bilateral agreements to some other Russia's tool, when I was talking about the joint statements. So this is one of demonstrative agreements. They are not obligatory or something else, but such statements, they are preparing for a long time. Russia signs at a very high level. I mean, Putin during his visit to China or Mongolia or Kazakhstan, doesn't matter. And I try to analyze the content, taking into account their security dilemma. So I took the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 high-level agreements or statements that Russia has signed with China, Kazakhstan, Vietnam, and India. And Russia, again, tried to adopt this tool to each country, preparing, again, proposing like a different menu. For example, for Russia, for China, Russia focused both on global dimension and regional dimension. From global perspective, obviously, it's for Russia and China is extremely important to deter somehow U.S. activity on the global level in terms of strategic stability. And Russia find a good option for a Chinese menu and focused on Asia-Pacific or Indo-Pacific in the Pacific region, trying to rebalance or counter somehow AUKUS bloc. And they agreed for the very first time on the highest level that Shanghai Cooperation Organization should be one of the pillars of regional security in this area. Coming to Kazakhstan, we all know that at the very high level, Kazakhstan did not support all Russia's moves, activities, or position when it comes to Ukraine. But again, they've signed a joint statement at a very high level, and they agreed mostly on the global issue and some technical, like intelligence, information exchange, etc. So they did not focus on a regional domain coming to Central Asia. So they both agreed on global agenda about multipolarity and bilateral agreements that they are technical in nature. Coming to Vietnam, obviously the priorities number one is the multipolar approach to world order, and with the Vietnam, Russia again was able to propose its manual related to ASEAN. And with India, that was one of the most interesting because it was a bit different from other high-level statements, and because they tried to project bilateral interest into multilateral formats. This is why they've indicated that both Russia and India support the reform of the United Nations Security Council, and Russia is agreed to have India as a permanent member. And moving from bilateral agreements to multilateral cases, I try to analyze the last achievements, problems, and plans of Russia within the Eurasian Economic Union. Since 2022, Russia has both some achievements and some problems. Coming to achievements, with Indonesia, they decided to finally start the negotiation, and they signed an FTA agreement with Iran. And last year, Iran got an observer status within Eurasian Economic Union. Russia pays special attention to Arab Emirates, and they finalized the negotiations on economic partnership agreement. And one of key partners in Asia is Mongolia, and they decided to start the negotiations. And coming to problems, I was trying to analyze the dynamic of bilateral negotiations within Eurasian Economic Union and some other countries. And for example, with India, there was almost zero outcome because they planned to achieve some goals in 2024. In 2024, they agreed that, okay, let's shift into 2025. With Singapore, we know that Singapore joined the list of unfriendly countries, and de facto the negotiations between them is frozen. With Egypt, they plan to move forward in 2023, but zero success. The same is in 2024, and now they try to focus in 2025. This is why I've put it here, that they would like to finalize the agreement with Egypt. And this last point is, I think, one of the most important, because Russia, within Eurasian Economic Union, we see that there are a lot of problems in bilateral level. Russia is trying to put forward the multilateral cooperation, for example, with ASEAN, African Union, and Latin American organizations. And coming to conclusion, to be very brief. First, new Russia's alliances do not include the casus foederis. The only case is with North Korea. But I think this agreement with North Korea is ad hoc in nature, because I don't see that Russia has both political will and capacity to provide the full assistance to North Korea in case of escalation, possible escalation between North and South Korea. Because there is no real common interest. The only one is to reduce US dominance globally, and this is maybe the common interest between Russia and North Korea. The new defense alliances are mostly based on bilateral agreements. For example, when we see the new comprehensive strategic partnership agreement that Russia signed with Iran, to be honest, we will not find something new. This agreement just recorded all the change that took place in bilateral level in the last 5 years. And the article related that each side should provide assistance in case of attack from third party to other side. That was recorded in the same Russia-Iran agreement of 2001. So this point is not new. It just recorded the new quality of bilateral relations between Russia and Iran. Russia is trying to adopt all alliances, and as I see for CSTO, there are only two goals that it may actually do: maintain regimes. We have the case of Kazakhstan, and fighting terrorism. So trying to use this as a key tool in terms of security in Central Asia. Because, for example, in South Caucasus, this organization has failed in September 2022, when CSTO was not able to provide the security guarantees and assistance after Azerbaijani attack against Armenia. Point number 3, Russia is not ready to take on new security commitments because Russia has 2 fails in terms of security, so it's not able to take a new security commitment, and the only case is Belarus, but this is quite a unique example that will be somehow complicated to extrapolate to other bilateral agreement. Russia's new alliances aim to mitigate negative consequences. Negative consequences that coming from the war against Ukraine, both to overcome the political and economic isolation. And the last point, my key finding was Russia has a new approach to multilateralism, and I call it interlinked multilateralism. So to have a cumulative effect, Russia is trying to integrate different multilateral formats: Eurasian Economic Union with African Union, the Eurasian Economic Union or Shanghai Cooperation Organization with some Chinese organization. And this is maybe one of the prosperous Russia's foreign policy trajectory that it may pay attention in a long-term run to achieve its goals, both in terms of economy and in terms of politics. And Russia is obviously was aimed to formalize alliances, to fix them in bilateral agreements, to show that we are not isolated, we are part of global South. But I see this trajectory has somehow changed when we come to this, because they paid special attention in 2023 that we should sign as much as possible new agreements, and we see in 2024 that it's not became a priority for Russia anymore. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, good morning. I can see this slide. Okay, great, yeah. Thanks. So my presentation will focus on Central Asia, which is a region that I find deeply fascinating. And so we know that Russia has historically maintained a very deep and dominant security presence in the region, for many reasons: for historical ties, for geopolitical considerations, for economic dependencies. But I was really interested in seeing how the war in Ukraine has changed these dynamics from a Russian perspective, but also from a perspective of the Central Asian states themselves. So this is, first of all, how we define Central Asia. So there are five countries, so Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and Kyrgyzstan, bordering North Russia, China. On the south, we see Iran and Afghanistan. it's definitely not an area new to a dominant or to a great game of Central Asia. So many countries have traditionally been interested in asserting certain level of influence in the region. Russia, traditionally, like I was mentioning, has been the main security provider in the region. Then China has emerged as one of the leading trading partners throughout the past decades. And also Turkey is a very important player. Turkey founded the Organization of Turkic States with cultural ties. They are mostly, all the countries are Turkic-speaking countries, except for Tajikistan. There is more Persian, so has more has historical ties, culturally traditional, linguistic ties, more linked to Iran. So what I was mentioning, so this is just a brief introduction to say that Central Asia is definitely not new to competing great powers influencing the region. But definitely the war in Ukraine had deep implications on the security dynamics. And I wanted to find out more about it. First of all, from a Russian perspective. So from Russia, we have this. So this is the General Anatoly Sidorov, which is the chief of staff of the CSTO. He says that Russia's military doctrine prioritizes Central Asia as an extension of the security perimeter, that any instability in the region threatens Russian southern border directly, which is so based on the Russian military doctrine. Protecting the periphery is one of the security priorities. But we also have now this doctrine is increasingly being challenged by others and say, can Russia cope up with defending Central Asia? But this military presence, how has the war in Ukraine affected this military foothold in the region? And there's also a debate internally in Russia whether can afford it or whether should have a presence or not. So this is an interesting debate now going on in Russia. And then, so moving on, from Russian perspective, I'm going to touch upon the military engagement with the CSTO and with the two military bases in Russia, so in one in Tajikistan and one in Kyrgyzstan, and then other areas of cooperation to see whether Russian priorities aligned with the priorities of the Central Asia states. And in particular, we have counterterrorism and radicalization, then arms trade, border security and drug trafficking, and then also on the energy perspective. So focusing on the CSTO, we know, and thanks to Sergei's presentation was a great introduction to the problems with the CSTO. So we know that it definitely provides an institutional legitimacy for Russia, for Russian engagement in Central Asia. The joint military exercises have continued even after the war in Ukraine. So they are Indestructible Brotherhood, for example, or Rubiež, which means frontier, and Center 2023, simulated counterterrorism and hybrid warfare scenarios. And then we also have the Rapid Reaction Forces as an instrument of the CSTO, with Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan contributing with the forces alongside the Russian troops. Of course, there have been challenges to the CSTO, especially to its operational effectiveness. First, because of the perceived failure to intervene in regional conflicts. For example, in the clashes in 2010 in Kyrgyzstan with ethnic riots, didn't intervene. Same with the clashes between Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan in 2021, 2022. Then also Armenia's disillusionment with the CSTO. Sergei mentioned, so the CSTO did not intervene in the Nagorno-Karabakh crisis. So that also raised questions, and especially Armenia has distanced itself from the CSTO. And also Kazakhstan, it's an interesting case. It called the CSTO in 2022 during the unrest. So the President Tokayev called the CSTO, but then immediately distanced itself from it and calling for a regionally led security solution. So we have some still continuity we see with the CSTO, but also major challenges. Then second, I like to mention the military bases. I changed the slides. So the CSTO. Yeah. So the military bases in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. Starting from Kyrgyzstan, so was established in 2003, and it's a Dekant Air Base, and it functions as a CSTO rapid reaction force hub, and hosts about 500 Russian military personnel, and it's located near Bishkek. And he competed with the former Manas base, which was a U.S. military base during the war in Afghanistan. But Manas was closed in 2014 after Russian diplomatic pressure. And then there is the second one, is the much bigger one, actually the biggest military base outside Russia. And it's in Tajikistan. It's a 201st military base, with about 7,000 troops stationed. And also it's equipped with tanks, with armored personnel carriers, with multiple launch rocket systems, and advanced air defense systems, and plays a crucial role in monitoring Afghanistan's security, the border from Afghanistan, and acts as a buffer zone. So the strategic importance of these bases, it's obvious for Russia, so it's to project power over Central Asia, countering terrorism, and maintaining the influence of the regional militaries. However, of course, the war in Ukraine has raised concerns about whether Russia can maintain these bases at the full operational capacity. So we can look at some of the challenges. I looked at some of the challenges. And the first one is the definitely troops redeployment to Ukraine. The troops have been notably redirected to Ukraine, redeployed. We don't know the exact numbers, but definitely in both Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, the number of Russian troops has decreased since 2022. Also in Tajikistan, several hundreds have been redeployed to Ukraine. And also has led to concerns in Dushanbe whether Russia can still be a reliable partner in protecting Tajikistan's southern border with Afghanistan. Then also we have equipment shortages and delayed modernization. Naturally, for example, the advanced Iskander missile systems were supposed to be deployed to Tajikistan, but they were instead sent to Ukraine in 2022. And there also delays in the base modernization. It was promised Russian plan to upgrade the Tajikistan base with the next generation air defense systems, but then and advanced electronic warfare units. However, these upgrades were postponed indefinitely. Then also we have financial constraints and cuts to the security assistance. In 2021, Russia allocated 1.3 billion in military aid to Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan for defense upgrades. But in 2023, these figures dropped to 500 million. So there is also then domestic political pressure in Russia, like I was mentioning at the beginning, whether there is a fatigue over the foreign military commitments of Russia. There is less political will to intervene in Central Asia and security crisis due to domestic economic pressures and military overstretched. So the risks is definitely that there is a security vacuum in the region and is filled by others. We look at China and Turkey more closely later in the presentation. But these are the growing role of those two countries. For example, China built quietly one military outpost in Tajikistan. If I go back to the map, which I like very much to use the map. If you see at south of Tajikistan, so there's a strip of land that's called the Vahan corridor. And that's the corridor that's bordered China. And China is interested in controlling that corridor because also that region of China bordering Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan especially Kyrgyzstan is the Uyghur province. So China has a strategic interest in controlling the corridor to avoid that Uyghurs go to Afghanistan for training. Well, we'll talk later in a presentation about this, but just to already now give some hints of China stepping up in helping Tajikistan with the security of the southern border with Afghanistan. Then other areas of cooperation that we see a convergence of priorities from Russia and the Central Asian states are definitely counterterrorism and radicalization. Counterterrorism, we know that there is, besides the Taliban-linked groups, there is also the Islamic State of the Khorasan province, the ISPK, and it's became quite well known for the Crocus attack in Moscow last year. It was revendicated by this group. This group is in Afghanistan, but so Russia and Tajikistan are closely cooperating to counter any possible threats, not so much coming from Afghanistan, but to homegrown called radicalization leading to terrorism. So exploiting these terrorist groups, exploiting the social discontent of the Central Asian countries and fueling radicalization. So both Russia and the Central Asian countries have really high on the security priority the fight against terrorism and radicalization. So traditionally, that has remained unchanged. But like I was mentioning, the challenges are the role of China that is becoming an alternative security provider for Tajikistan, building that security outpost in the south of the country. And also the other challenge to Russian security dominance in this field is that some of the Central Asian countries have direct ties with the Taliban, diplomatic ties with the Taliban. For example, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan have engaged in direct negotiations. Then a second area of cooperation is arms trade. Traditionally, Russia still maintains its position as a primary provider of the largest arms supplier to Central Asia. For example, we have the S-300 and the S-400 air defense systems supplied to Kazakhstan. And this is really rare. So Russia very rarely exports the S-400. Then, of course, tanks, T-72, T-90, the main battle tanks, they are deployed to Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. Helicopters, BMP-2s and BTR-80, they are all like Soviet, post-Soviet military equipment supplied to Central Asia. And also with Kazakhstan, this is interesting relations between Kazakhstan and Russia. Hopefully later in the presentation, I will focus more on that. We'll zoom in on that. But just to mention that the two countries signed 1 billion defense deals in 2022 with Russia and Kazakhstan. But we still, even in this case, we have challenges. Russia is the main, but not the only one. since the war in Ukraine, we have seen also especially Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan have purchased UAVs, so drones from China and Turkey. An example was the Bayraktar, so a Turkish UAV has been not only, we know that it was bought by Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, but actually was used in the during the clashes between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan in 2022. So that we see also the operational implication of that deal. And also China is supplying UAVs increasingly. Then border security and drug trafficking, that's also another key priorities of cooperation that has maintained quite a high level even after the war in Ukraine. The challenges are still China and Turkey. That, to Russian dominance. Even in this case, drug trafficking is closely connected with the southern border of Tajikistan, with Afghanistan. So 80% of the heroin world trade comes from Afghanistan. So closely interlinked drug trafficking and border security. So we see China slowly stepping in exactly in that crucial corridor. And energy security, something that I could not mention. So we also have the role of, we see Kazakhstan diversifying its role. We have the middle corridor as an alternative to the northern route, and that has been increasing, so connecting China to Europe, broadly speaking. And then we have seen an increase of trade and oil through that corridor, bypassing Russia. On the other hand, there have been reports that Russia has redirected 30% of its crude oil through Kazakhstan, bypassing the Western sanctions, and then to be redirected through the middle corridor. And this again, so while Russia has leading role, China is emerging as a main competitor, especially with Kazakhstan. We have this deal with Russia, but at the same time, Kazakhstan built and China built an oil pipe connecting directly the two countries. So again, bypassing once again Russia. Now, this is I like the map, so I apologize for not following the presentation as much, as literally as I should. So this is the table like summarizing the areas of convergence, so a main cooperation between Russia and the Central Asian countries, and then some of the challenges. And then moving on briefly to in the third part of the presentation, to focusing on each of the Central Asian countries with some more examples from them, because it's far from being a unified and homogeneous region. So I wanted to focus in on each of them. So starting with Kazakhstan, it's very interesting. So we saw the deals between Kazakhstan and Russia, the 1 billion security deals. But then Kazakhstan has increasingly strengthened the cooperations also with Turkey, interestingly. And Turkey, this organization of Turkic states, from having a mostly cultural ties and influence on soft power with Central Asia after the war in Ukraine, has stepped up the security cooperation or security influence in the region. Not only like we saw through selling drones, but also Kazakhstan and Turkey signed in 2022 an agreement on a joint production of the Bayraktars on the UAVs. There have been and they signed several bilateral deals on defense and security cooperation. So much that was picked up by the Russian media, and Russian officials have subtly pressured Kazakhstan to limit the military cooperation with Turkey, emphasizing that Moscow remains Kazakhstan's primary security guarantor. There were indications that over some theories, some political analysts suggested that in early 2023, Russia cancelled some of the arms exports to Kazakhstan, possibly as a signal of dissatisfactions with Astana's growing defense ties with Turkey. And then with China, also they strengthened cooperation on other areas like counterterrorism and fighting the three evils that they call of both China and Kazakhstan, which is extremism, terrorism, and separatism. And the CSTO, like Sergei was mentioning, so it's another channel of cooperation. And then by moving on to, let's see which one is next, Uzbekistan. So while Kazakhstan, we can say, that's a multi-vector foreign policy approach, Uzbekistan has been traditionally very independent, very pragmatic. So we see also from the security perspective as less of still some degree of cooperation and dialogue on defense issues with Turkey, but to much lesser extent compared to Kazakhstan. Is not a member of the CSTO, and concerning China, has purchased Chinese drones, the V-Long. But it also maintains some ties with the West, especially NATO and the US, with jointly military exercises. So it's independent and pragmatic, if we want to define it this way. Kyrgyzstan, it's heavily still embedded in the Russian security framework, as is dependent on Russia as security provider in arms trades, counterterrorism, and then. But also we've seen growing ties with China as one of the leading investors. Then moving on to Tajikistan, one of the poorest Central Asian states, with the presence of the military base of Russia, is still very heavily dependent on Russia as a security provider, but we see an emerging role of China with the security outpost. Turkmenistan maintains a policy of neutrality, and we've seen that 80% of the exports go to China, and maintains very limited military cooperation, if not none, with Russia. And so summarizing the level of dependence on Russia of the Central Asian states, we see Turkmenistan, minimal dependency, Uzbekistan low, Kazakhstan moderate with a multi-vector foreign policy, and then Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan as the most dependent. And these are some scenarios, just as to conclude the presentations. If we look at the security role of Russia, we can project some like forward thinking scenarios. Probably there's a low likelihood of a continued Russian dominance. We see probably a decline. Definitely Russian security presence is eroding as a consequence of the war in Ukraine. And we see probably the most likely scenario, diversification of Central Asian states in their security partnerships. Thank you.
Question here as you settle in, and perhaps we can just respond in the same order, because I like the way the flow of the panel has been designed here. So all of you have identified essentially a tension between these long-term foreign policy trends for Russia and the disruptive impact of the war in Ukraine. And so as we sort of look forward to a post-war Russian foreign policy, what will you highlight for us? Or what do you think is going to be something that will change again, or something that you'd like to highlight for us as we sort of anticipate this future foreign policy? So first, Anita. So again, if we're going to highlight the tension that you've all identified between long-term trends in Russian foreign policy, and then the impact of the war and how the war has really in many ways has changed Russian behavior in terms of foreign policy, accelerated some aspects, or perhaps changed relationships in new ways. For example, with the near abroad, Russia's India relationship, China relationship. What would you like to highlight for us? And I think maybe I'll give you this microphone because I realize, or do you want to set that up?
Okay.
Or if you just want to have this is easier.
Too many microphones. Okay. Evaluation of Russian foreign policy. As I want to say, actually, we Ukrainians, after 1991, I guess I said very brave things. But we were like some blind, because we have thought that we are free, we are independent, we have choice to choose our vectors, personal vectors, and Russia have another plans. Because from the 1991, from when Soviet Union collapsed, Russia just for one period, for one stage, they supposed that they want to direct its vector on the West. Another stages and another vectors of policy could show us that it was a wrong way for her, for Russia, and it create its Russian imperial policy and want to create some Russia empire and with its influence sphere and want to keep it.
So I'll use this to hand around. Yeah.
Thank you. That was a really deep and interesting question. So I have a couple of minutes to think about it. So 2 points. Point number 1. Russia failed to build an alliance as we understand it from classic realism. There are only 2 bilateral agreements between Russia, Iran, and Russia, North Korea, but as I mentioned, they were ad hoc and pragmatic in nature. So this is not a classic multilateral alliance that, for example, Ukraine was able to shape based on some more global consensus. So Russia was not able to do so. This is the first. Second, despite Russia's shift pivot to Asia, I see that Russia still will have a need in the West to balance somehow Chinese dominance. This is why even these negotiations that will take place, Russia will be more favorable to deal with the EU and US rather than to close all doors and move on Chinese track. So they need someone to balance Chinese dominance, and they understand so.
Thank you. I hope it's working. Okay, yeah, I can. So from my perspective, I would give 2 points to your question concerning the changes in Central Asia. So Russian role in the southern border. So it's also quite relevant. So we're seeing how, according to the Russian military doctrine, the periphery, the security, the borders are such a priority. So I see that Russia will keep very high interest in the region, but its influence, its impact will depend on how we recover economically from the war in Ukraine, and secondly, how we can compete with other countries, and especially China and Turkey. Thanks.
And I realize we're giving technological challenges here. Maybe we'll take two questions at once. So here first, your question, identify, and then I'll next round.
Hi, Gene Germanovich. I work at NATO. Very nice presentations. I think this one's probably primarily for the latter two. I really like how you laid out the military engagement challenges as well as the diplomatic challenges. So my question is, for the West, for the US, for the EU, and for NATO, are there some opportunities you'd like to highlight given the challenges you laid out for Russia?
Okay, and one more.
Hi, I'm Mark DeVore, University of St. Andrews and UK Foreign Office. Now my question, I think it was Sergei's comments that really prompted it, but I'd be interested to have all three of yours responses. Russia seems to have a credible commitment problem. They did not intervene to protect Assad. They did not intervene according to their obligations to Armenia. They also have broken treaties. Do Russian foreign policy makers recognize that they have a credible commitment problem, that essentially their guarantees are not viewed as particularly valuable? And are they thinking of ways post-war to address this, or have they essentially decided that they've adopted a foreign policy that does not involve anybody believing in their commitment to live up to guarantees or that they've made?
Shall we use this?
Okay, to be honest, these two questions, they are interlinked somehow. So what West may do and why Russia didn't do anything. You know, there was a famous Soviet film and was Armenian actor who did it host that let's drink to, чтобы наши желания совпадали с нашими возможностями. To our wishes were linked or connected with our will. So Russia maybe has a political will to do something, maybe in Syria or, for example, since the first offensive towards Aleppo till they didn't cross the M5 route, Russia was bombing Idlib, was bombing convoys, etc. But then Russia realized that when it came to Aleppo that there is nothing to do there. In case of Nagorno-Karabakh, they didn't do anything at all. In September 2022, they again didn't do anything at all. So, and the only thing that they had to do is to save their face. What they are doing last years, the first statement on Syria, Assad was not so good ally, he was corrupted, etc., blah, blah, blah. Armenia was not so good ally because recognized, etc., etc. So there is a need to save a face. It means that they still have a will to continue their alliance building strategy, but maybe somehow reshape. And coming to the West, what West may do. So it depends on interest. There is a huge security vacuum in South Caucasus. Is NATO ready to fill this vacuum? There might be a vacuum again in Eastern Europe or maybe somehow in Central Asia. Is West ready to fill this vacuum? So this is a big question. Yes, we see the West and NATO activities in the South Caucasus, but this is not enough. I mean, it depends on your goals. If the goal is to reduce Russia in the South Caucasus, maybe the EU tool will be more relevant here. Because, for example, there is Iranian factor. So this is a big mistake to see Russia and Iran as an alliance in the South Caucasus. The interests are not the same in the region. And Iran is more interested to cooperate with the West in the South Caucasus, while Russia is interested to almost nullify any Western presence in the region. So it depends on whether NATO and EU are ready to review some of their approach towards other countries in the region and what are their interests.
Thank you. To address the first question first, so the opportunities for the West, for EU and US, we already see it happening, the windows, especially in Kazakhstan. So I want to emphasize once again that the 5 Central Asian countries are very different from each other. So they have different policies, degrees of openings or reliance on Russia. So the windows it's opening, we already see it happen, especially with Kazakhstan, and to some extent with Uzbekistan, which are the two most independent from Russian influence. So it's already happening. And the second question, it's of course very interesting about a commitment. I would definitely see, I would structure my answer according to like different levels. If we look at the CSTO, definitely is a credibility issue, but many others. So I think the CSTO, it's in crisis. So that's a fact. Regarding the others, so I think we see a double perspective, the one from Moscow, that we see that concretely is redirected to Ukraine troops, equipment. So we do have a physical, like concrete block, which is to its full operational capabilities in Central Asia. And that can, as an impact to credibility, probably. But also I want to look at the other perspective. It is from the Central Asian states themselves. So they are seeking, to some degree, to become independent, or at least to diversify their security reliance and security dependence on Russia, seeking other partners. That's the trend that we are seeing. Whether that, and to address your question, I don't know if that is because it's not credible, Russia, in the commitment. I think it's just their own policy, the development of it from the post-Soviet context. They just do want to have their own line. We've seen that with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan already. The others remains Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, but they're heavily dependent on Russia also because of the geopolitical reasons. So I think that's, I hope to answer your questions.
Excuse me, could you switch on Valery? He wants to say hi, and I guess he wrote me.
Yes, loud and clear. Good day, hello to everyone. Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah, would you like to respond to
Do you hear
the
me?
questions? We can hear you, Valery.
Anybody here? Now I do not hear you.
We can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you. Would you like to respond to any of the questions that have been raised?
Yes, I just wanted to share some reflections about the change in the vector of foreign policy of Russia and others. So I'm thinking all the time what could be happen if so you probably remember that Russia made an appliance to join the NATO after the Soviet Union was destroyed. They tried to get to the NATO, and I'm thinking how that it could be if they joined. So it depends on the purpose. Why do they did it? So if it was for their own defense, because Russia was really weak after the Soviet Union destruction, or it was to destructive purpose, to destroy the NATO. But I'm thinking if they could join the NATO for example, what could it be? Will be after that will be peace on the Europe continent, or will be peace and the tension was decreased or not? I don't think so, because if they join NATO, the polarity could change. The rising role of China could influence even more in this case. So, except this, we know we need to dive deeper and to understand that here in the Central Europe, it's kind of the clash of civilizations, because all the time we could see that wars and war conflicts and other issues with aggressions rising here, directly here. No, not mainly here, and the most powerful are here. So maybe we could issue some the new kind of strategy how to maintain the balance here in Europe. And we know about this problem with the US participation as a guarant of peace here and in the Europe. So probably Europe need to do something to consolidate their efforts and to strengthen their their military power now. All the time it will be several actors that try to put the color on their side. So maybe it should be some big agreement in Europe in the end of this games, let's say. So it's just my reflection how it could proceed, because why we are here, our aim to forecast what to do and what to be in the future. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Valery. So we have about 10 minutes remaining, and I see already 3 questions. So maybe I'll take those 3, and then we'll do a sort of a quick response from the panel. So first, Christina.
Thank you so much. Thanks for great presentations. My name is Christina Mellin from the Swedish Defense Research Agency, FOI. So I have a deceptively easy question. As you have laid out, Russia has acted quite differently since the war broke out in different countries in its neighborhood, in different post-Soviet countries. We're seeing how they really double down in Ukraine and Belarus, and to an extent Moldova, letting Armenia go, deepening ties with Azerbaijan, decreasing military presence in Central Asia. So it's quite a different, it's a varying, varied behavior that Russia's having. So I guess my question is, looking at that, what does that tell you about where Russian priorities for its neighborhood actually lie? Russia's saying it's pivoting to Asia, but its action suggests that priorities are very much still in the West.
Thank you, Christina. Okay, second.
Thank you for the excellent presentations. My name is Tia Lehto-Bichler, and I work at NATO. I have a question related to the BRICS, because there's a lot of media attention around also how the BRICS expanded under the Russian chairmanship. So I'd like to hear your views on the importance of the BRICS as a grouping and how you see it evolving. Thank you.
Julian Waller, CNA, and George Washington University. Great presentations. I really appreciate all the nuance, the regional nuance, the country level nuance. Also the data aspect is very nice. From these presentations, if you synthesize them, you do see a dynamic of retrenchment and periods of failure, so thinking about Syria or thinking about Armenia in terms of Russian foreign policy. But the overall picture that we can get out of all of these presentations is actually success, a paradoxical success of moving towards the global south, of engaging with Iran and North Korea in very material, fundamental ways. I'm just wondering how we should think about Russian foreign policy holistically, right? In terms of the wartime exigencies, massive sanctions, what should be crippling, has actually proved to be a boon in terms of relations with India, with China, with Iran, and elsewhere. And I just want to, I guess, press you on what should be our interpretation at the broad level of Russian foreign policy successes in the last 3 years, and the degree to which our expectations of failure have not come to pass.
Okay, so they've left you with about 7 minutes. So who would like to go first? Marzia? Marzia, do you want to start or do you want Sergey? Nina? All right. Nina?
Oh, thank you. The first question, as I understood, about priority of Russian Federation, yes? As for me, first priority for Russian Federation is keep influence on post-Soviet space, on CIS countries, to keep its influence. And the second priority is to make cooperation with global South countries. Why global South? Because to make some alliances against to EU and NATO, to make more votes in UN to support Russia, to make some economical, political cooperations and others. And I think they will keep this vector. Another about BRICS. Importance of this cooperation, this organization is increased day after day, because you know countries with big territories, with big economics, also could be alternative, could be like anti-West coalition. And the third question, could you? I didn't get it. Could you please? What?
Do we see success here? It seems that there's more success than failure.
About success, Russian? Yes, yes. We should open.
How to deploy Russian sanctions or other means tools?
About Russian success, we need to open our eyes, and Russia get great success in Ukrainian in this situation. As I said, they get their main goal. They beat unipolar order. They made. Oh my gosh, sorry. It make it multipolar world. They get some big alliances, get great partners in this war, and I think, yeah. So as a.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I agree with the first speaker about Russia's priorities. The number one is post-Soviet space. So we may take, as I tell all my students, all Russia's foreign policy concept, 93, 2000, 2008, 2013, 2016, and 2023. And in the block related to Russia's regional priorities, number one is CIS, post-Soviet space. So they will keep do so. I will connect your questions with the last one. I do not see the big success there, to be honest. Maybe with Georgia there is some success because Georgia somehow indicates that it's ready for a dialogue, but we don't see any dialogue. Armenia is diversifying. With Russia, they signed a declaration of aligned cooperation in February 2022. But we see now there is a diplomatic and political crisis among Russia and Azerbaijan. Because someone probably in Russia decided to, that's a good idea, okay, Armenia is diversifying, let's make Azerbaijan our best friend in the South Caucasus, and now they are losing both. So, and this is the problem. The same is with Iran. They signed this comprehensive strategic partnership agreement, but the problem is, for the last 3 years, they're trying to reach $5 billion of trade turnover, but they cannot do so. Iran got an FTA, Iran got a Eurasian observer status in Eurasian Economic Union, but still there are problems. This is why this bilateral cooperation, it's ad hoc in nature. Okay, technology transfer, we are getting you fighter jets. You are getting us, in case of North Korea, military munition. We, for example, can share with the military experience. So this looks like a big success in the initial stage. And many things depends on the end game in Ukraine. If Russia, for example, will be in more favorable condition, yes. I mean, this limbo, some status will shift more towards Russia. So they cannot like record a big success in this case, but many things depends on the final deal, as I see. Coming to BRICS, as I see the key priority or key trigger why some countries make decision to be more closer to BRICS. Two, first is to hedge risks. If, for example, US dominance will reduce and they should somehow have a good relations with China and Global South and other countries. And the second option maybe, now some countries want to record a new status. Those who want to shift from small power to medium or middle state, then those who want to shift from medium power, middle power to global power. And then you should play in the big club where all want to have a more bigger status. This is why, for example, Turkey wanted to join BRICS, Azerbaijan participated in BRICS because Azerbaijan officially stated that we are not a small state anymore because we solved like local problems. We are focusing more on global agenda, climate change, etc. And we want to be in a new league with the global powers. So that might be two key drivers. Why do they join? And I see that the strongest part of BRICS, there are zero obligations. So you may join, you may join. So there's just secretary and that's it. So zero strong commitments. This is just a club. And coming to... okay, sorry. No, sorry.
30 seconds. Priorities. There's no doubt that the post-Soviet space is a priority and remains a priority. Also to echo what Sergei was saying, we just have to see to what degree Russia is willing to go to keep the influence in its post-Soviet space. So that's the first one. The second, the success is, as analysts, we just present you the data and then you can draw the conclusions. But like also in my presentations, we say these are the data. So this is the level of engagement, the continuity, these are the constraints. So whether it's success or not, really depends on the interpretation in this case. But it's, I don't think it's a question of willingness, I think it's a question of capabilities.
We are continuing, and it is on the theme of Russian military thought, and especially what comes to the nuclear forces and nuclear capabilities and nuclear deterrence and so on and so forth. We have two presentations which are made in a row. So first one is I'm happy to introduce Kristina Melin from the Swedish Research Agency, and she's working there as a researcher in FOI, as they call it. She has a background in foreign policy establishment in Swedish government and also in our very neighborhood in Belarus. So we are happy to hear your insights and remarks on the nuclear questions what comes to Russia and Belarus. And second pair of speakers is coming from Ukraine. Dr. Andriy Ivashenko, associate professor from the National Defense University in Ukraine, should be online. Hopefully you can hear me, Andriy. And he has been already several years as a senior researcher in the Center of Military Strategic Studies in the National Defense University in Kiev. And he has other posts also related to defense technologies and military security in Ukraine. And the co-author of this presentation is Tatiana Uvarova, PhD, also as a researcher in the Center of Strategic Studies in Ukrainian National Defense University. I'm happy to give the floor to Kristina.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yeah? Excellent. So the presentation is here, right? Look at that, perfect. So, as Pandis kindly introduced me, my name is Kristina Melin. I am a researcher at the Swedish Defense Research Agency, where I work in two kind of research projects. One is the Russia Studies project, which has existed in this form for 30 years. Long-standing big team looking at Russia. So that's one leg. The other leg is in a newly established project that we have, which is called the Nuclear Weapons Analysis Project, where we try to kind of marry a long-standing technical expertise on nuclear weapons that we had at FOI. We used in arms control, for example. Marry that together with a kind of geographical country-specific expertise. So this is kind of the sweet spot between the two. And I will speak about this document called Basic Principles of State Policy of the Russian Federation in the Area of Nuclear Deterrence. It is quite a mouthful. As you notice, that's not what the title says. That is intentional. This is to catch your attention. I use nuclear doctrine to catch your attention, but what I will try to demonstrate throughout this presentation is that these basic principles document, which is the focus of my presentation, it's not necessarily the same as nuclear doctrine. We'll come back to that. My presentation will be around 25 minutes, I hope. Try to keep the time, divided into three sections. I'll first talk about this document, Basic Principles of Nuclear Deterrence. Then I'll go through what I think are the main revisions in this updated document. And then in the end, I'll try to discuss together with you what it means, what we should understand from it. So my intention is to kind of go through this document, go through the revisions, and then frame what I think is going to be a very fruitful discussion that we have afterwards. All right. So the document. So as I said, focus for my presentation is this document that you see on screen. In English, basic principles or fundamentals of state policy of the Russian Federation in the area of nuclear deterrence. This was enacted by a presidential decree in mid-November 2024, 19th of November 2024. It replaces a previous iteration of the same document that was published in 2020. At the time, that was the first time it was made publicly available. It's been around before. I've seen references to it since at least '93, but it's not been publicly available. It's been secret, or at least not yet publicly available. So that's the document. I'd argue that this is a dual-purpose document. First, and as is written for those who can read Russian, it's written in the preamble. This is a document of strategic planning. So it's an instrument in the Russian federal strategic planning process, a kind of caretaker of the Soviet state policy planning process, if you will. As such, it identifies goals, priorities, and tasks that state bodies and different levels of government should implement in the area of nuclear deterrence. It is a kind of steering instrument for policy, which is meant to be implemented. And this is not unique to nuclear deterrence. These kind of basic principles of state policies, they exist for a vast range of areas in Russia. You'll have them for Arctic policies, you'll have them for protecting the population from extreme situations, you will have them for strengthening traditional values. So it's kind of an ordinary document in a sense, but of course, because of what it concerns, it has a special meaning. So beyond a kind of strategic planning document, it is also the main instrument of Russian declaratory nuclear policy. And what do I mean by that? Declaratory, in its declaratory nuclear policy, Russia communicates to its adversaries, but also to internal stakeholders, what Russia wants to deter with the threat of employing nuclear weapons. In line with this, it outlines the Russian view on nuclear weapons in international and national security, the kind of requirements and ideas it has about its force posture, nuclear force posture, and it also sketches some conditions for use. But it's not the same as nuclear doctrine. There's a difference between declaratory policy and nuclear doctrine. Nuclear doctrine as a I don't know, theoretical concept is a set of officially accepted ways and means to employ nuclear weapons to achieve military objectives. And without access to a very tight-knit circle and some very, very classified documents, this is ultimately unknowledgeable. In contrast, Basic Principles is mainly a communication tool, as I outlined. It is not a constraint on policy. Any decision to employ nuclear weapons will be political and taken by one person, the President of the Russian Federation. It may or it may not comply with the conditions outlined in the Basic Principles. So while it outlines conditions for nuclear use, it should not be read as a blueprint for when Russia will actually go nuclear. That will be contingent on the conflict at hand. So Basic Principles, this document, can only take us so far in understanding actual nuclear employment plans or anticipating use. If you want to look at that, I'd say that it's better to look at exercise patterns that Russia have with its nuclear weapons, force posture, what kind of opportunities or avenues does that provide Russia with. Could also be interested in looking at, for example, the recent Financial Times leaks on how Russia is trained with its nuclear weapons. But studying this document, Basic Principles, can give us an indication of how Russia views nuclear deterrence, the role of nuclear weapons in conflict, and the requirements of its nuclear force. And crucially, it may give us some understanding how this may change. So that is why we're looking at this document. All right, so the updates in this, the revisions that Russia made to this document in the fall of 2024. I'd say that these concern four areas in the main. It's a longer document. It is mostly about that Russia has added things to it, not detracted so many. But the areas of change concerns who Russia is seeking to deter, which countries Russia is seeking to deter with its nuclear weapons, who it defends with them, what military dangers that nuclear weapons or nuclear deterrence should help fix, conditions for nuclear use, and some wordings on the structure and constraints on the nuclear arsenal. So the updated document, the updated principles, puts a larger emphasis than before on non-nuclear and supportive states as targets of nuclear deterrence. The previous principles had nuclear deterrence target 1, nuclear states, and 2, non-nuclear states with significant conventional capabilities. The new principles maintains that Russia may target states also if they provide support to countries attacking Russia, if they are in conflict with Russia and receive support from a nuclear state, or if they simply participate in an alliance or coalition where one member is attacking Russia. And I can go into the wording separately if anyone is interested. And there are a few things to say about this. First, even though this kind of focus on supportive and non-nuclear state is new to this document, it is not necessarily new to Russian declaratory nuclear policy. Declaratory nuclear policy can be expressed in many ways. This document is one of them. They can also be expressed in the military doctrine, in public statements, and so forth. And already in 1995, Russia declared that it may employ nuclear weapons against non-nuclear states if they act in association or consort with nuclear-armed adversaries. That's the first point. Secondly, this emphasis that non-nuclear state and state that provides support can become targets of nuclear deterrence falls very much in line with Russian nuclear coercion over the war in Ukraine. It emphasizes the same points that Russia is trying to push in its nuclear intimidation attempting to stop Western aid to Ukraine. And in this, I would argue that this basic principle, this main instrument of Russian declaratory nuclear policy, becomes a sort of tool of coercion as much as it becomes an instrument of declaratory policy. Third, and I think most importantly, these revisions around non-nuclear and supportive states brings, I think, declaratory policy a bit closer in line with what we're seeing in Russian military exercises, military thinking, and to an extent, its force posture. Because including provision of support to warring parties as a kind of reason for nuclear deterrence, a reason for considering a nuclear strike, is basically about limiting the scope of a conflict. Russia emphasizes the support to a warring party basically as a way of reinforcing the message that if you provide support while we are in conflict, you may also become a target of nuclear deterrence.
And this is a common theme in military thinking. And it also falls in line to some extent with how Russians have exercised in the past. Since 1999, the major kind of strategic level Russian exercises, Zapad, Vostok, and so forth, have concluded with a simulated nuclear strike, often at non-nuclear states. So it brings perhaps the declared policy closer in line to how we already understood Russian thinking. I mentioned the military dangers. The new basic principle kind of extends the list. I call it a laundry list here. It extends the list of military dangers that nuclear weapons should help fix. And for those of you that are familiar with Russian military doctrine, there is often this concept that you have military dangers that can then evolve to military threats, that can then evolve to conflicts. And these terminology is also present in the basic principles. And basically what they say is that nuclear deterrence should help neutralize these military dangers. In these new principles, this list of military dangers has been significantly extended. Now it includes, for example, blockade of communication lines that would isolate parts of Russia from the rest of the country. Think Kaliningrad, think Crimea. It includes attacks against facilities in Russia, the destruction of which would have catastrophic natural or societal consequences. Think facilities that are similar to the Kakhovka Dam, for example. It includes the widening of military alliances, the placement of their military infrastructure close to Russia's borders, and large-scale exercises close to Russia's borders. And certainly, to an extent, this extended laundry list of dangers that nuclear weapons should fix may reflect kind of new Russian security concerns. Of course, the geography in the Baltic Sea area has shifted with Sweden and Finland and NATO, and concerns about Kaliningrad may have increased. If you recall this wording that large-scale military exercises close to Russia's borders may become an acute military threat. I mean, this was the modus operandi that Russia itself used to invade Ukraine. So of course, they would have to expect that NATO could do something similar. At the same time, though, this extended list of military dangers represent a remarkable widening of the nuclear deterrence mission. It introduces objectives for nuclear deterrence that are far beyond the primary task of deterring aggression. And while the 2014, the still valid military doctrine also describes, for example, the widening of military alliance, their exercises and infrastructure as dangers, they do not tie it to nuclear policy or nuclear deterrence, but now the basic principles do. And this is, I would argue, a bit of a confusing message. Because deterrence works best when associated with vital interests that makes the terrible threats that nuclear weapons are credible. And it works less well when opponents struggle to understand the real danger. And I'd say that NATO will likely struggle to understand when an exercise in, for example, Finland or the Baltic states would become such a dangerous problem that require some kind of a nuclear response. I'll go back to, because I realized that I missed this very, very important part of extended deterrence to Belarus. The updated principles have more clearly extended Russian nuclear deterrence to Belarus, also in case of a conventional large-scale attack. And while both the old and new documents stated that Russia would use nuclear weapons in defense of allies, this new document singles out Belarus. And the rationale for this is, of course, the union state between the two countries. And I'd say that the inclusion of Belarus is not surprising. Rather, it reflects realities on the ground. Integration within the union state has deepened over the last years, and with it, Russian influence over Belarus. And Russia announced, of course, 2023, that it is deploying non-strategic nuclear weapons to Belarus. Although, whether this has actually occurred, I think is doubtful. So the updated document also introduces new conditions for nuclear use. And this, I think, has gained a lot of traction and attention as this document is discussed in analytical circles. There are three main changes. First, the situation in a conventional attack, which would trigger a Russian nuclear use, has been changed. Before, it was a situation where there were threats to the very existence of the state. Now it is changed to critical threats to sovereignty and territorial integrity of Russia and Belarus. And this change of language brings Russian declared nuclear policy closer back to the situation in the 90s. Then Russia, Moscow, abandoned the no first use policy they had in Soviet times and declared that it would resort to nuclear weapons to protect vital national interests, also in case of a conventional attack. The second change in conditions of use is that the revised document appears to widen the launch on warning policy. Before, it focused only on incoming ballistic attack, so imagine an incoming ICBM attack. But now it also includes an incoming massive aerospace attack against Russia. And according to the document, this can include all sorts of things, including strategic and tactical bombers, cruise missiles, hypersonic missiles, attack drones, or other airborne platforms. And such an attack can be either conventional or nuclear, it doesn't specify. Now, I'd say that this adds little new knowledge to how we already understood Russian thinking around its nuclear weapons. A debilitating conventional air attack from NATO has always been a major Russian concern, and I think that Western analysts have long assumed that nuclear weapons would be among the responses considered in such a scenario. So it is not something very surprising or new, but rather a sort of clarification, an explanation of what Russia considers its launch on warning policy to be. The new policy also clarifies that Russia reserves the right to respond with nuclear weapons to attacks with weapons of mass destruction against Russian troops deployed outside the country. There was a similar provision in the old principles, but it did not specify whether Russian troops were inside or outside the country. Now it does. And I think the consideration here is likely Russian troops in Ukraine. Because as you know, Russia has long had troops outside the country, but only now it kind of specifies that in its declared nuclear policy. The updated document also removes all references to arms control. This is also unsurprising. It follows a Russian departure from a host of arms control agreements over the last year. Moreover, the updated basic principle hints at an increase in nuclear numbers. The old document stated that the structure and the composition of the Russian nuclear arsenal should be held at, and I quote, levels which are minimally sufficient to achieve the nuclear deterrence mission. That minimally has been scrapped. Not surprising either, I would say. Russia is not isolated in this trend. There's conversations ongoing in the US and the UK about increased arsenal, and of course we know that China is vastly and fast increasing its nuclear arsenal. So that's a very fast rundown of the major changes in this new document. But what does it all mean, if anything? So I'd say that the revisions in this document, in Russian declared nuclear policy, brings only limited new knowledge to how we already understood Russian thinking on nuclear deterrence and how it might employ its nuclear weapons. When it comes, for example, to conditions for nuclear use or the target countries of nuclear deterrence, much concurs with what we already assumed. And in this, I think that when President Putin called these revisions a clarification of Russia's nuclear doctrine, I think he might have a point. However, I'd say that Belarus stands out. This is the most significant change, I would say, because it is a change of policy that also, at least presumably, will follow with a change of posture if the Russian nuclear weapons is indeed deployed to Belarus. So the most significant and clear change, but is it consequential? I am not so sure. I think that most analysts have already assumed that Russia has full military access to Belarus, and this doesn't change that fact. There is still considerable uncertainty of how basic principles should be interpreted. The revisions, the update hasn't changed that. Partly, this is because of the nature of the document. It is declared policy, it is not doctrine. But partly it is because of a lot of the language and provisions are subjective. For example, what is a massive aerospace attack? That's a subject for interpretation. What is critical threats, really, and how is that different from existential threats? What is the Russian interpretation of sovereignty, really? And Russian territory, does that include or exclude occupied Ukrainian regions? But I think looking at the kind of cumulative effect of the revisions that we see in declared policy, I'd say that, I mean, and not least the extended list of military dangers that nuclear weapons should fix, I think it appears to me at least that the nuclear mission is widened. Nuclear weapons, Russia draws on nuclear weapons to kind of address and fix more and more problems. There is a Russian analyst called Alexei Arbatov who knows his nuclear weapons very well, and he put it like this: the Russian deterrence horizon is prolonged. And I think he has a point when he says that. But why is this? Why is Russia doing this? And I will conclude in a few minutes. I will offer two perspectives on why Russia are doing this. I think one driving force is Russian nuclear coercion over Ukraine, which we have already talked about. And here, I think you are aware, Russia is facing somewhat of a dilemma. The more it threatens, the less it follows through, the less credible its threats becomes. There are diminishing returns to Russian nuclear coercion. This has spurred a debate in Russia, which I think you know, with some calling for Russia to actually follow through its threats with more forceful action. But so far, it seems that the new basic principles is a continuation to some extent of the coercion. It is still just words and no real changes in muscle put behind those words. And in effect, that only increases this dilemma, does not solve it for Russia. And I continue the debate. I expect the debate in Russia on this dilemma to continue. The new basic principles would not solve it. And I think a message to us is that it will be very important for us going forward to try to kind of sift the attempts at nuclear intimidation from Russia's credible deterrence messages, because strategic deterrence vis-à-vis Russia, between Russia and NATO, I'd argue still works. It is in regional coercion that Russia is experiencing a credibility problem. And these are very important things to keep separate. There's another way to look at it. Fundamentally, in Russian thinking, nuclear weapons come into play when and where conventional capabilities are insufficient to either deter or achieve a military objective. Russia is presently conventionally weak, tied down and degraded in Ukraine. It has to rely more on nuclear weapons to solve its problems. This was a motivation for dropping the no first use in the 90s, and I think similar mechanisms are at play now. Does this mean that Russia has lowered its nuclear threshold by way of this new basic principles? I'd say not necessarily, but I'd say that it does indicate an increased role for nuclear weapons at lower levels of war in the Russian spectrum of local, regional, and large-scale war. And this conversation in Russia is something that I will follow very closely. Final slide. I'm sorry for being slightly longer than my 25 minutes. What will I continue to look for and follow as I look at Russian nuclear policy going forward? I'd like to highlight 3 areas that I think are important. If we assume that the basic principles, the new basic principles, and Russian behavior in general during the war indicates that Russia will rely more on nuclear weapons for both coercion, deterrence, and perhaps also defense or warfighting, what new requirements does that put on the Russian nuclear arsenal? What new systems or capabilities does Russia feel that it needs? I think the Areshnik system is part of the answer, but there may come more. In particular, I'm interested in how Russia will conceptualize the role of non-strategic nuclear weapons in this and dual-use systems. Arms control is an interesting area. I mentioned that Russia dropped all references to arms control in the new document. At the same time, high officials have recently, now in January, said that they want to resume arms control talks with the US. But they said they have a slightly wider remit of these arms control. They want to include both the UK and France, and they also want to associate strategic stability talks with talks about the security architecture in Europe as a whole. So nuclear arms control is no longer separated from the rest of the strategic environment. And where this lands, I think, will be very interesting. I will conclude there, and happy to take questions after the next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Is there anybody on the line? Andrei and Tatiana, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. The floor is yours. We can hear you.
Okay, I am starting. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Good days, everybody. I and Tatiana first all start our report with the current situation in Ukraine. Last night, Kyiv city was shelled Russian ballistic missiles. 7 Iskander-M missiles were aimed at the city building and civilian infrastructure. 6 missiles was destroyed. Unfortunately, there were citizen losses and resident building destroyed. Iskander missiles can be equipped with both conventional and nuclear warheads. Recent events, such as Russian invasion in Ukraine on February 2024, have intensified discussion about nuclear weapons and their potential use in modern warfare. The commercial forecasting platform Polymarket estimates the current probability of nuclear weapons use in the world as of February 1, 2025 at 20%. Compared to November 2024, this probably has increased by 3% and maintains this trend. In general terms, this is not much. However, such estimates are critical for the use of nuclear weapons. There are many estimates of Russian nuclear capabilities. 3 estimates are shown in the slide. The conclusion is as follows. Russia has the largest nuclear potential in the world. It can double the total nuclear potential of all other states. Russia is capable of maintaining and modernizing its nuclear potential. The Russian military strategy considers 4 potential levels of nuclear war. This includes the threat of the use of nuclear weapons, its maybe current level, conduction range test or demonstration use of nuclear weapons, limited use of nuclear weapons, and 10th stage massive use of nuclear weapons. One of the key issues of Russia's military policy is maintaining the fear of a possible nuclear escalation. This issue was first considered as an element of military doctrine and then expanded into a separate policy document. Depending on the external situation, Russian policy is supplemented. According to the same forecast, the number of strategic documents on nuclear deterrence will increase in the next years and to the current years. Russia considers 7 levels of nuclear deterrence policy and use of nuclear weapons. The first 2 levels have already been implemented in 2023 and 2024 years. Work is actively underway in the Novaya Zemlya test site to prepare for testing. Rosatom is one of the 3 most powerful Russian state corporations, whose profits and capabilities allow for hybrid operation in Europe and support active war in Ukraine. The corporation is actively modernizing and increasing the production of uran for nuclear warheads and fuel for new missiles. The corporation capability and operation abroad require special attention. More than 50 countries, including a number of European countries, have relations with Rosatom. In addition to their main business, the corporation personnel can perform a number of other special tasks. European Union sanctions not in this for Rosatom Corporation. Rosatom is modernizing and expanding production at 6 major facilities related to the development and production of nuclear weapons in this map. Satellite image allow used to estimate the extent of modernizations. In the slide, the Federal States Enterprise Kamensky plant, solid propulsion enterprise for new rocket, for new missiles. Several facts are known about the Kremlin plans to use nuclear weapons during the Kherson and Kharkiv operation in the Ukrainian armed forces in the fall of 2022. In the slide, 2 good books, 2 new books, one in this of Britain Prime Minister and American journalist. And you speak about the Russian nuclear use the nuclear weapons in Ukraine and next other principle. Next, please. 1 year later, of November 2024, Russian attacked the Ukrainian city of Dnipro with an intercontinental ballistic missile. Ukraine became the first country in the world to be touched to this type of weapons. The main characteristic of these missiles are shown on the slide. The range allow is to be used all over European countries and European territory. The Russian army now has 24 types of missiles capable of carrying nuclear weapons. Many of them were used in non-nuclear version in Ukraine. The red colors in the slide. No. Last night, the city of Kyiv was shelled with ballistic missiles Iskander. For the production of new missiles, Russia used Western components and machine with digital software. Of all the components of Russian missiles that have been studied by Ukrainian experts, most are made in the West countries. Only 22 components from from 4,000 components were manufactured directly in Russia. Small-sized nuclear warhead is other problem. Tactical nuclear weapons is new problem for Ukraine. In this slide, we can use artillery heads for use in Ukraine. Conclusions. Despite the cost of Russian war against Ukraine, the enhancement of its tactical and strategic nuclear capabilities continues. Russia can concentrate its main efforts of the production and use the Oрешnik missiles. Russian missiles made with Western chips and CNC machine could hit not only Ukraine, but also European countries' territory. The West must recognize the Russian threat and response to this challenge. Now in Ukraine, in Kyiv, under alarm air attacks against the threat of ballistic. I end my speech and thank you for the attention.
Very small question what comes to the nuclear forces and nuclear deterrence. It struck to me that the when revealing the 2020 nuclear doctrine for the first time in public, and that was before the full-scale invasion to Ukraine, and so it's only gives me the idea that that this is a part of this kind of information warfare in order to prepare the outside external audience for the things which are already on the planning table. So was this kind of preparatory sign from the Russian side to reveal this new doctrine for the first time in public? Thank you.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Very good question. Thank you. And it's always very difficult to be asked questions that basically only high officials in the Kremlin knows the answer of. So I can only speculate, of course, what the reasons were. But I would say that yes, it is probably part of creating a favorable information environment, if you want to use those words. We should remember that part of the 2021, December 2021 Russian demands on Europe that they issued to Sweden and other European countries also included references to their nuclear weapons, also included veiled threats of their nuclear weapons. So Russia, it is not, Russian nuclear intimidation is not isolated to the conflict in Ukraine. It has happened before. It has happened before the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So it is a feature, I'd say, of Russian nuclear policies that they use nuclear coercion. And of course, basic principles is a part of that. It also performs other functions, but it does perform that function as well, yes.
Thank you. Andrei, do you have anything to add?
Thank you for your questions. We study all change in Russian nuclear strategic documents. We very attention look and Russian prepare to the nuclear test in Polygon in Novaya Zemlya testing area. And we see we prepare our territory and our, first of all, our military units, Ukrainian military units for action in the nuclear area after nuclear warhead tensions, and all this process is continuing. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? So I have to make those. Well, the second one for me is interesting. While do you, in your research, have you received any conclusion or ideas that the nature of the signaling about the deterrence and about the nuclear forces has changed? I mean that whether, to me, when considering the concept of deterrence from the Russian point of view, it's more or less like a defensive action in a sense that they are defending from the outside threats towards any threats outside. But if we change the whole thing that to the aggression, is there any signs that they have changed the nature to affecting to the outside in a more effective way, in a sense, of course, in these narratives and declarations and speeches? So.
Thank you. That's a good question. Whether, as I interpreted your question, basically has Russian nuclear deterrence and nuclear signaling become more or less aggressive, more or less defensive over the last years? I think it's a good question, and it kind of digs at the point of deterrence theory to some extent. It kind of digs at the core of deterrence theory to some extent. I mean, when we talk about deterrence, we often say that like the overarching concept is coercion, trying to make an opponent do something they don't really want to do. That's the overarching thing. Two ways to achieve this. Either you could deter them, meaning keep them from doing something that they want, or you can compel them, trying to get them to do something actively, even though they don't want it. Traditionally, where deterrence works best is where you kind of deter people from trying to cross over some kind of a line where you really don't want them. It's usually harder to get someone to actively do something different, to compel them to do something different. What Russia has been trying to do in Ukraine is, of course, first and foremost to deter Western direct intervention. And here we should also be quite clear-eyed that they have succeeded. Of course, maybe it was never fully on the table, but in this way, deterrence works. They have, Western countries have not directly, with boots on the ground, participated in the conflict. They've also tried to deter military aid to Ukraine. That has, to some extent, maybe been successful in the sense that they have delayed it, but they have not stopped it. But when it happened, they have also tried to compel the West. They've also tried to make the West stop by dialing up these threats. That has been very hard for them to do, because it is hard to convince someone that now we really mean the real thing when they've tolerated a bit of it already. So I don't know if it answered your questions, but yes, Russia has been trying to more and more actively shape adversary behavior with the threat of nuclear weapons. And that is kind of the problem as well, and why they find themselves in a bit of a coercion dilemma, I think.
Okay, thank you. And Andri, I think you had to raise your hand.
It's Valery. It's my question, I guess. You see my hand, probably. Could I pose a question? Could I ask?
Yes, please.
So thank you for your presentation. It was very nice. Downgrading the threshold of nuclear weapon use, I may suggest that it's not only intimidation and like informational narrative or something like this. So, as you remember, when the war in Ukraine began, the permission to invade was granted by Russian Parliament, Duma. So why was done it but to justify the decision of Putin to intrude, to invade into Ukraine. So we have clearly understood from your presentation that the final decision about the nuke use in the hand of one man, Russian president. So there is the question, due to doctrines and current geopolitical realities, they can involve atomic weapon in the hostilities right now due to those conditions that are put it in those doctrines, and because there was a statement that if some countries are trying to help the countries that involved in war, it looks like the act of aggression to use nuclear weapon. So, according to conflictology theory, next step of escalation will be use of could be use of tactical nuclear weapon. So don't you think that it is quite realistic that they will use it? And is there any maybe known indicators or preconditions that could provoke the usage of it? And the main question to us and to politicians, how to deal with it on your mind. For example, they could launch some small bomb to the Zmyiny Island, or use small shelling, nuclear shelling on the east of Ukraine as a next step. How to deal with this if they will do it? Thank you.
Thank you. At least here.
Okay, so maybe two questions. So first is maybe to invite a response to the keynote address and Marina Miron's comment that cross-domain coercion is no longer effective. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. And if I sort of read into Dima Damski's interpretation of this idea, it's actually the blending of, you know, not just conventional, but also non-military means, in addition to nuclear means, that's seen within that framework. So that's question one. And question two is sort of, we're experiencing a little bit of whiplash on the arms control discussion. So Christina, you mentioned that as well. So the missing piece of this, and perhaps I'm just looking for your thoughts on where does China play a role in this discussion, sort of Russian thinking on the future of arms control. It doesn't have to be in the near term, but maybe in the long term, as China establishes more parity, and where does Russia think that nuclear capability will play into their calculus?
Should I start, or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I didn't fully catch the name of the good question from on the online streaming, but I'll try to address it. I interpreted it as kind of two questions. Does Putin really have to align with the conditions for use that are outlined in this document, and how should we deal with a limited Russian nuclear use? First question, no, he does not. The basic principle document, again, is the communication tool to communicate to adversaries and internal stakeholders what does Russia want the adversary to avoid. And of course it has certain reverberations because that tasks government agencies to then perform different tasks in deterrence policy, yes. But if in a conflict, in a specific conflict scenario, the Russian president will ask for nuclear options for a military objective, the Russian military will provide them. And they may or may not concur with the basic principles. If I were to look for any kind of constraints of what those military options would be, I would rather look to what Russia has exercised, what capabilities Russia has. Those are the factors that create constraint. The policy document does not necessarily, let's say. How to deal with limited nuclear use? Very big question, cannot answer it, but just like something that was also touched upon in the keynote speech, Russia does not want a nuclear war. If Russia were to employ a limited nuclear strike, they would only do that if they could safely, or kind of safely at least, assume that they could keep that conflict at a limited nuclear use level. So, to my mind, communicating to Russia that that expectation is unsafe, I think is an important aspect of that as well. Michael, that cross-domain deterrence is no longer effective, was that a question? I think that my reading of the Russian discussion is that they would disagree. I think that is still very much something that Russian thinkers are talking about and thinking about, and there is this view, and you mentioned Dima Adamski's excellent work, there is this view of a certain continuum between the conventional and non-conventional realm, where kind of it's almost like an idea that the fact that the nuclear aspect always kind of hangs over as an ominous cloud over conventional coercive measures will reinforce the kind of coercive or deterrence power of conventional measures. So the fact that Russia has this array of deterrent instruments spanning from conventional up to nuclear in their thinking gives them a larger power also in the conventional field. So I'd say in Russia that it's not dead, I'd say. Arms control. Could you repeat that question? Sorry.
It's really just where does China play a role?
Oh, yeah. I've been looking in Russian sources for a discussion on China and in nuclear. I cannot find it. Surprises me in a way. In a way it doesn't. The Russian messages on arms controls right now is that they want to widen the remit, they want to include France and the UK, and they want to have a bigger discussion on Russia, on European security architecture. China does not feature. I think this is because there is, as you know, a rapprochement between the two countries. They have closer relations than they ever had. It is not politically feasible to speak about a kind of nuclear threat from China and the need for arms control against China. But if you remember the Financial Times leaks that I had a screenshot of, they were leaks from training exercise documents from, I think it was 2008 to 2014. And that, according to the Financial Times, included simulated nuclear strikes at China in face of a conventional aggression. So, I mean, Russia has, maybe not in the public sphere, but at least in the practical sphere, if you believe those leaks, of course, implemented nuclear deterrence against China. So even though if it's not spoken about publicly, I would expect a good military officer to also consider that aspect. But I don't see it spoken of, no.
Thank you very much for interesting presentations. I wanted to ask about the North Korea, like the defense cooperation of Russia and North Korea. Like, to what extent do you see like the nuclear deterrence component there being part of that cooperation? And the other question was just a conceptual one about because the Russian concept сдерживание that they use, like do you see that that's one-on-one with the Western concept of deterrence, or what kind of differences like are there? Thank you.
Should I go? Excellent questions. I'm gonna jump on the сдерживание one. No, I don't think there's a one-to-one concept relations between the Russian сдерживание and Western deterrence. And again, Dima Adamski has written excellently about this, and he would give a better answer than I would now, but I will try to say what I think he would say. So I mean, linguistically, it's a fully other. It's another word. It's closer to containment. It is the physical act of restraining someone, holding back his body and holding back his arms and preventing him from doing something. The Western deterrence focus on terror. It's much more focused on the threat and intimidation. So there is a linguistic difference. And obviously the Russian concept of strategic sdерживание, deterrence, is also much bigger than the Western concept of nuclear deterrence. It encompasses a lot of other aspects, including informational, cultural, psychological aspects in the Russian mind. So there are different differences. And additionally, there is a conversation ongoing in Russia now, where some analysts with Sergei Karaganov and Dmitry Trenin in the lead are arguing for leaving the sdерживание concept and moving to a ustrashение concept, which means much more intimidation, nuclear intimidation, basically, which would emphasize threats more, a forceful action to back up these threats more, and as I understand it. So it's an ongoing conversation, and I think in general, again, that it reflects this dilemma that Russia is in when it's trying to use its nuclear weapons to address problems that nuclear weapons aren't really made for. Nuclear aspects of the relationship with North Korea. I'm not an expert of the subject, but I can offer a few perspectives. I think it's safe to say that, of course, North Korea is getting something back from the engagements that there were, the things that are offering Russia. What that is, I cannot safely say. But of course, Russia has a big experience in the nuclear realm, not least in, building the warheads in a way that they actually fit on the carriers. So that is a comparative advantage, at least, that Russia has, without, of course, knowing what the cooperation actually is about. Another kind of meta point to that is that I think that it is still in Russia's interests to not have proliferation of nuclear weapons, to not have increased proliferation of nuclear weapons to North Korea, and not a proliferation of carrier systems either. But what we're seeing now in Russia is that more and more geopolitical security priorities are subjugated to one goal, and that is winning in Ukraine. So even though Russia may still very much believe that it doesn't want any proliferation of nuclear-related capabilities, I see that a lot of other priorities are down-prioritized, because the most important thing now is Ukraine for Russia.
Thank you. Is Andre there? Can you hear us? Have you anything to add to the cooperation between Russia and North Korea? Silence, I think. Any other questions, please?
I have one question about, you mentioned about the dilemmas, that it's harder and harder to distinguish basically nuclear intimidation or blackmail from the strategic deterrence, and that it will be harder. And I was wondering if you have some kind of an advice on how should we interpret the signals that come, how should we interpret and see whether this increase in nuclear rhetoric and nuclear messaging, if that's intimidation or blackmail, or we should actually consider it a bit more seriously, because I think from case to case there are a lot of varied opinions on the real threat and the percentage of real threat, and what Andrei also mentioned, that in his presentation it looked a bit more that we should consider it seriously. So I was wondering, what's your take on this increased also intimidation that doesn't mean real thing maybe, and how would you maybe advise to kind of deal with this dilemma in future?
Also an excellent question, without an easy answer. I think that, I mean, nuclear weapons is a serious matter, and nuclear signals should have always be taken seriously. That does not mean that they should be taken at face value. They need to be evaluated and looked at in each for itself to see what it actually is. I think it would be a mistake to disregard all Russian nuclear signals as only hot air or as only intimidation. There is a point where Russia will use nuclear weapons. There is. And so far, the main instrument that Russia has to communicate where this will be is force posture, exercises, but also nuclear signals, declaratory policy, and these kind of documents, for example, that we've seen here today. So they are important, and they should not be disregarded. Finding that balance is very, very important. And I think that, and again, as I was saying about the trying to sift credible deterrence messages from attempts at intimidation, I think that will be hard. And I think that it will be especially hard on the regional level. I think that strategic deterrence between NATO and Russia still works quite well. And I don't think that anyone so far really questions that. The issue is rather on the local or regional level, where I think matters can be harder.
Please, about cooperation between Russia and South Korea.
Something about North Korea.
A bit louder, please. Yeah, could you elaborate a bit about the possible nuclear cooperation between Russia and North Korea?
It's okay about cooperation. 10,000 Korean soldaten is operated in Ukrainian war. 4,000 from this is loss. And 40,000 Korean soldiers is prepared in Russian test area. North Korea is soldaten. Russia is technology. Maybe nuclear technology is to include in this packet, in this cooperation.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. So great presentation, Christine and Andrei. I want to maybe continue Penny's question. This is about this kind of nuclear doctrine from Russia. What do you think, Christine? Is it like some kind of step about mitigation and deterrence from Russia, or just to be in active way in information environment to continue narrative about nuclear blackmail from Russia against Ukraine, and to show they're powerful and to increase Ukrainian support from different countries, I mean the USA and European as well. And is it like some consequences of perspective of support and to be in advance to decrease this support? Or just this is planned document according to the situation? And what do you think about this?
So this new document, is it, or this updated document, is it a deterrent signal, or is it just an informational part of the information war, so to speak?
Is it necessary for Russia, what do you think, or just to continue to be active in information environment about nuclear blackmail?
Yes, I think that, I mean, nuclear weapons is a scary subject. It brings out a lot of fear in people when we speak about nuclear weapons. Partly because it has not been a subject of societal discussion for decades. So of course, Russia can leverage this fear by simply reminding audiences, reminding the world that they have the world's largest nuclear arsenal. So of course there is a reason for Russia to continuously remind Ukraine, Western countries, and not least their domestic populations, that there is a risk of nuclear escalation, because that will create fear and hesitation in Western countries. So I think that is the value that Russia sees in it, and that they will continue. It was during 22 and parts of 23. It was almost a bit, I hesitate to say the word funny, but a bit curious to see that it was almost the case that Russian nuclear statement kind of followed a sinus curve a bit. It was a lot a few weeks, and then it kind of died down, and 6 weeks later it came up again, and it was kind of like a sea wave going. And to my mind, that falls in line with this thinking, that it serves Russian interests to continuously remind audiences that there is a nuclear aspect to this war. The threat of nuclear weapons again hangs as a kind of cloud over everything to reinforce the conventional capabilities or conventional realm where Russia is now active. But to what extent this new document is actually is part of that kind of informational measures, or if it's actually if it signifies a new deterrence policy from Russia, I would say, I think that is a bit of both, but I think it's more on the informational measures side. And I say this because, one, it brings fairly little new to the table. It kind of codifies sort of what we already knew, and probably what already was written in other documents in Russia that were not publicly available. That's one reason. It's a bit incidental, but it was quite theatrical in September, so before the update, when Putin kind of announced that a new doctrine or a new basic principle was coming. He reconvened this meeting. I think it was I don't remember exactly what it was called, but the Permanent Committee on Nuclear Deterrence within the Security Council, or something like that, which no one had ever heard about. It was a committee that none of my colleagues who worked with Russia for decades have ever heard about, and it was full of zamestitelny. It was full of not the head of their organization, but the deputy heads of the organization. So it all looked more like a bit of a theater show than it looked like a proper meeting of a committee. Of course, that was the image. But again, but of course, it is still a valid document of strategic planning. There is an expectation that it will be implemented across governmental bodies. There is probably things in this document that will have impact on some aspects of Russian nuclear deterrence policy, and I would again single out Belarus. That is a significant change. It is the first time since basically, I mean, the 90s that you have Russian nuclear weapons outside the country, if it indeed happens. And the clearest way that Russia has extended nuclear deterrence so far. So both informational measure and both new policy, but more of the former.
Thank you. I think we have some 5 minutes time before the lunch break, and so there might be one question still time to be considered. I have apparently.
I have heard all questions.
Yeah, thank you. This kind of, I'm coming back to the keeping up the appearances, if you may, to the narratives, and I have the impression that during the past 2-3 years that the role of Chief of the General Staff Gerasimov have been not to put aside on the discussion what comes to the nuclear or the issues, and it is more or less a department of the president. Mm. This is the main division of the labor, more or less, and the new defense ministry is totally out of the game. I would say this is more like a very exaggeration, but anyway, but still there is some kind of or is there some kind of new approach or circumventing that the Putin is not the only one making the signal outside world? Is there in the research establishments, for instance, some kind of role in this keeping up that it is not solely for the president to give the ukaz and speeches and that kind of information outside world? What could you please elaborate that a bit?
Thank you. This is a very important point, and thank you for raising it. I think, yes, there's a lot of signals coming out of Russia. There's a lot of discussion on nuclear weapons coming out of Russia. We have them from high officials, Putin included. We have them from Dmitry Medvedev. We have them from security specialists. We have mentioned Karaganov, Trianin. And we also have a lot of just articles in the news and feature articles and these kind of things. I think I want to say two things about this. When it comes to the nuclear signals which you should really care about, the kind of declaratory nuclear policy, it matters who says what. What comes from Putin, what comes from the highest officials in the Kremlin has more weight than what comes out of independent security policy experts. So that's one point. So they should be, what they said should be given a bit more heed, I think, and if you look at it, they have also been more cautious at higher levels than they've been at lower levels. Those most outrageous call to have nuclear strikes at, I think, Paris and London have not come from the highest role. And I think that these, I mean, and the second thing to say is that, of course, in the Russian media and political environment, no one if the Kremlin didn't want that message to come out, it wouldn't come out. So it might not be demanded, but at least tolerated and liked, so to speak. So, and I think that these different messages at different levels of society in Russia may serve different purposes. What Putin says is a part of declaratory policy. It signals to the West how Russia thinks about nuclear deterrence. What figures like Karaganov, Trenin, and to some extent perhaps also Medvedev says might be more about kind of dialing up the fear levels in Western society, for example. These articles that you see every day in Russian news, emphasizing how powerful Russia is with its nuclear weapons, they might serve a different purpose. They might serve the purpose of communicating strength to the Russian population, communicating that the regime is strong and military capable, even though it's not able to win this war in Ukraine. It might also provide the grounds for making a nuclear strike kind of more acceptable among people if it were to come to that. And if you look at opinion polls in Russia, of course, that's a very uncertain data point at present. But anyway, if you take it from what it is and you look at them, you can also see a kind of fairly fast shift in how Russians view nuclear use. More and more, there's still a majority who think that nuclear use is unacceptable in all circumstances. But that majority is shrinking. And so that might be a reason for the kind of broad signaling as well.
I think, is there, Andrei, anything you want to add or say in the end? If so, I think it's a very good time
Thank you for your questions. Thank you for support and the new meet.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Christina, here in our room, and thank you very much, Andrei and Tetiana, there in Kiev, and all the best to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have a time for lunch is in the program, yeah. The lunch is served down on the hallway.
All right, let's start our session number 7. Welcome to the panel on military sociology. My name is Jonna Alava, and I'm a researcher here at the National Defense University's Russia Research Group and a doctoral student at the University of Helsinki. In recent years, the Russia seminar has seen a growing number of panels focusing on the Russian military's so-called soft side, the intangible factors that influence military effectiveness. The Russian military's poor performance in the early stages of the war surprised the international community and researchers, highlighting the need for greater attention to questions of manpower, military culture, civil-military relations, and their impact on the overall capabilities of the Russian armed forces. Although military sociology encompasses a wide range of topics, today we focus on how the Russian armed forces have managed their human resources during the war. As we all know, the news on this topic continues to surprise and at times even entertain us. In the early stages of war, many soldiers believed they were being sent to military exercise, not to war. Soldiers have been used as cannon fodder, and issues with retention, command chains, and the sufficiency of the right equipment can also be characterized as more totalitarian in nature than as procedures of a modern army. Furthermore, the Wagner Group shocked the world last midsummer. Prisoners have been sent to the front. North Koreans are now involved, and there are signals that conscripts are being increasingly used, especially in the Kursk region. So one could rightfully ask, what on earth is happening with the Russian manpower system? At the same time, the Russian military plans to increase its manpower to 1.5 million soldiers. This panel aims to explore the foundations of the Russian manpower system and the challenges it must address to meet this new target. Ultimately, it raises the question, what kind of people will serve in the Russian military in the future? Who are these individuals? What skills do they possess? And how will this human resource be utilized during both war and the peacetime? Let me introduce our first speaker. Oona-Maria Hyppälä is a Master of Social Science and researcher here at the National Defense University's Russia Research Group. Oona has the freshest memories of Russia among us as she returned to Finland from Moscow a couple of years ago when the war was already ongoing. After working for years on issues related to the Russian operating environment in the Finnish Foreign Affairs Administration. Currently, Oona is working on the project, The Evolving Relationship Between the Russian Armed Forces and Society, Short and Long-Term Effects of the War on Military Development. Her research focuses on the human resources of the armed forces, including recruitment systems, conscripts, contract soldiers, veterans, and other personnel, as well as service conditions that impact military performance. Oona's presentation today, An Army with Too Many People and Not Enough Soldiers, the Russian Armed Forces Military Manpower System, examines key developments in the manpower system since the disintegrations of the Soviet Union and explores possible future prospects for the military service system. So, Oona, the floor is yours, and let's go on row and keep these two presentations, and after which we have plenty of time for good discussion on theme. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonna, for that kind introduction, and hello from my behalf as well. I am indeed Oona-Maria Hyppälä, researcher here at the National Defense University, and without further ado, let us get straight to the point. So I will not be talking so much about gunpowder and steel, but more so the intangible aspects affecting military performance and the development of Russia's armed forces, focusing particularly on the human element, and that is the Russian military manpower system. And I have structured this presentation as follows. So first, a couple of general words about the framework and background of my research. Then we will start with the core or fundamental challenges within the system, moving on to wartime challenges, then a brief look into the future, following with some final remarks. But let us begin. So I have examined Russia's military manpower system through past military reforms, focusing on the evolution. Excuse me, some technical issues. Okay, all good? Yes, perfect. I think my voice is so loud that nevertheless, without microphone, at least you all can hear me. So, as said, I have examined Russia's military manpower system through past military reforms, focusing on the evolution of military service system into the current hybrid system that combines conscription with contract service. And my research primarily focuses or covers post-Soviet reforms, recruitment and retention efforts, and gives special attention to the challenges posed by Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But in my paper, I do also touch upon briefly the kind of historical fundamentals of conscription service and regular army formation and mass army formation. And as a kind of more theoretical background, I at least try to my best to engage Russian military thought all the way from the imperial era through Soviet times to the present day, analyzing how assessments made on the changing character of warfare have reflected on the actual structure and actual constructing of the military. So in my analysis, I kind of maneuver between the theoretical ideal of what kind of army Russia is considered needing and the practical reality of what kind of army is actually being built. And a recurring theme in all of the data is this sort of constant tug of war between quality and quantity, man versus the machine, and even tension between holding on to a mass conscription army on one hand, while aspiring to transition to a more professional contract-based force on the other hand. And the hybrid model that Russia has now landed on, combining conscription and contract service, is viewed as the sort of possible cost-efficient remedy for bringing together both quantity and quality. But the hybrid model has, in all honesty, been a real balancing act for over 30 years. So although there have been continuous reforms that have aimed to create a capable fighting force able to address modern-day security threats, and also fighting force capable of serving as a direct instrument for serving Russia's strategic interests, which ultimately requires not only possessing the more mobile, specialized professional units, but also the large, hopefully capable reserves. And significant efforts, especially during Putin's tenure, have been put into raising the level of professionalism in the Russian armed forces. The well-known Serdyukov reforms from 2008 onwards did achieve notable improvements in soldiers' benefits, in service conditions, in military training as well. But the aim to streamline the military expenditure and force structure also led to massive personnel reductions. And so the reform kind of ended up once again fueling this already existing resistance within the military establishment towards changing existing structures. And as one would assume, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine has only further complicated maintaining the hybrid system, as the state leadership has had to urgently respond to acute manpower needs. And as we all know, urgency rarely leads to well-considered sustainable decisions. And in this case too, I would argue that pressing need has resulted in somewhat hasty and short-sighted political decision-making, and increased control and punitive measures in recruitment and retention rather than facilitating long-term investment in the military service and recruitment system. Now, although military service in Russia is a constitutional duty for men, so in theory it is general, in practice the system is and has always been highly selective. Unequivocal official statistics are not available, but estimations are that no more than maximum of 20 to 30% of conscription-aged men are actually called to service, while most men avoid the army, whether it is through official deferments and exemptions or through unofficial means like bribes. And the system is also unequal in the sense that it is primarily men from lower socioeconomic background and from remote regions filling in the ranks. And this regional and socioeconomic inequality has only been further highlighted in the wartime recruitment efforts. So the system is fundamentally undermined by this general reluctance of Russians to complete military service, a reluctance that existed well before the war in Ukraine, but obviously draft evasion and unwillingness to at least voluntarily participate in Putin's war efforts has only recently increased. And another persistent challenge within the system is the quality of military training, and in particular, the efficiency of the training period, which varies significantly across units. So while some garrisons and units have indeed improved their work and conditions, mainly due to Serdyukov reforms, other units still have conscripts perform idle maintenance and construction duties with little to none to do with actual meaningful military training, and the actual training period remains short and sporadic in many units because of age-old problems like logistical issues caused by long distances and remote locations. And this inconsistency in quality of conditions and military training, depending on where one happens to serve, has only obviously increased due to the war, and also contributes rather effectively to the poor reputation military service still enjoys among ordinary Russians. So in order to professionalize the army, reduce its dependency on mere conscripts, and to improve the army's reputation, gradual transition to hybrid system that combines conscripts with contract soldiers was introduced. And although some clear successes in bolstering the military's public image have been achieved, official recruitment campaigns have consistently fallen short of target numbers, and there have been recurring retention problems both among contract soldiers and career officers, even well before the war in Ukraine, despite generous budgets being allocated for this reform work throughout the past several decades already. So I would say that the fundamental issue has been that despite acknowledging the importance of immaterial factors affecting military performance, genuine qualitative investment in areas like hazing, service conditions, command and control, soldiers' morale, these investments have ultimately been sporadic and partial at best. Because obviously this sort of qualitative stuff, it's messy, it's hard to grasp, it's hard to measure, so it is in a way naturally easier to invest in quantity and material and technological modernization, in soldiers' benefits, in the size of the military budget and the size of the military itself. But above all, I think that meaningful, lasting qualitative change has been undermined by systemic issues such as corruption, lack of political accountability, lack of any proper oversight mechanisms, and because of the inner reluctance of the military and state establishment to transform. Now to the wartime challenges. So Russia's full-scale invasion has naturally significantly worsened existing recruitment and retention problems. Draft evasion among conscription-aged men and reservists has surged, leading to hasty and harsh countermeasures from the state, like increased penalties and fines, forced recruitment, prohibition on terminating contracts of military personnel, and ultimately the chaotic partial mobilization campaign in autumn 2022, which did add some military manpower, but it also led to an even greater number of people simply fleeing the country. But despite these challenges, the wartime recruitment has so far covered combat losses, and the Ukrainian-initiated Kursk incursion in the spring of 24 even caused a genuine peak in recruitment numbers in Russia. However, the recruitment of new soldiers has since then significantly slowed down, indicating that Russia's political and military leadership might need to be more considerate of future manpower losses. The wartime actions have transformed the contract soldier system into a, I would say, ticking time bomb of problems. A system originally intended to increase professionalism in the Russian armed forces now functions more as a desperate mobilization tool, producing, yes, quantity, but at the expense of quality. And another major challenge for the state leadership is that the contract soldier system operating as a hasty mobilization tool has become alarmingly expensive and unsustainable of a system to maintain, at least in the longer term, because compensations paid to contract soldiers are constantly rising to ensure continued recruitment, while maintaining these payments is also crucial to avoid any potential societal dissatisfaction that then could potentially spark domestic instability. And the system is also highly expensive from demographic point of view. So there's the lurking dilemma of lack of working age men both at the front lines and on the home front. And the lack of especially junior officers and equipment has taken a serious toll on operational preparation and execution. Now, understandably so, wartime military training system is different from peacetime training system, but reportedly completely inadequate training before deployment, topped up with poor equipment, rotation problems, and even the illegal combat deployment of mere conscripts. All of these things have naturally caused criticism among ordinary Russians. And although the direct impact of this public discomfort on political decision-making is questionable and no kind of wide social uproar has not been witnessed, the army's reputation has nevertheless taken a serious hit also domestically, creating at least yet another problem for the state leadership to manage while grappling with manpower shortages. Which takes us to the final bullet point, and that is the recent involvement of North Korean soldiers in Russia's war efforts, which seems like a dire, yet also pragmatic solution for Russia to address its manpower shortages. Pragmatic because by using foreign soldiers, Russia avoids the responsibility of direct compensations and accounting for these losses. However, using foreign fighters, especially if with significant casualties, could lead to post-war repercussions. And possibly because of this, official statements have been rather vague about all alleged military aid from abroad. Because at least in my opinion, the use of direct foreign assistance in Russia's war efforts is a politically sensitive issue for the Kremlin and requires at least rather careful rhetorical framing if this war is to be portrayed as the next great patriotic war for Russia. Now, while the ongoing war undoubtedly requires immediate solutions from the Russian leadership, some level of strategic planning is in place, and planning with a post-war perspective is in place. So not all military investments and objectives can be solely tied to winning at this war. And therefore the end of this war will be as decisive as the war itself for Russia, for the Russian political leadership, for the army as an institution, and for the society at large. And some of the key questions for the military manpower system that have already emerged during the war, but that will fully materialize post-war include veteran reintegration. How will the state handle the reintegration of returning soldiers, including numerous convicts who are in need of serious rehabilitation and state support? Many people have seen their income levels rise due to generous payments and salaries amid the war, but a potential escalation of social problems and growing societal discontent is possible if income levels collapse post-war, while inflation keeps on rising, and if, despite political promises, the veterans of this war are not greeted with parades and benefits. Then mobilization and recruitment system. The wartime recruitment challenges, particularly the chaotic partial mobilization campaign, revealed some serious logistical and administrative deficiencies within the system. But they also demonstrated that the morale and willingness of the recruits, so the public, have not met Kremlin's expectations. And therefore, state-led patriotic education efforts are likely to continue in the future, but there are evident inefficiencies to be managed in the indoctrination ventures. Then reservist system. The current war has exposed deficiencies in refresher training, in readiness in general, that must be addressed if wanting to maintain credible army and defense in the future. Despite having an operable training system and a large number of men on paper, years of neglect have resulted in somewhat substandard reserves lacking in essential skills. Because ultimately, I would at least argue that to some extent it is the quality and capabilities of the reserves that reflect the true state of an army, especially of a mass army like Russia is maintaining. So future development of the reserve system would require some hard, probably politically unpopular decisions regarding expanding and reconsidering conscription service. And I suspect there might not be political willingness to touch this beehive of expanding conscription. Then army expansion. The army size is set to be significantly expanded, but the actual timeline and available resources for this are highly uncertain. If the future focus is equally on conscripts and contract soldiers, what does professionalism mean in the context of future Russian armed forces? The current use of the contract soldier system as a mere mobilization tool undermines rather effectively the concept of military professionalism. But, as said earlier, Russians do understand that investing in non-material factors is the key for a truly professional military. Yet sustainable, meaningful change requires some hard political self-reflection and addressing systemic issues. So exactly those issues no one really wants to address, at least not within the current Putin regime. And then finally, military academies and career officers. The current acute deficiency of junior officers also raises the questions about the future of higher-ranking officers. Has all the effort to improve the professional reputation of officers and career soldiers been undermined by this operation? How will future officers be attracted to and retained in their careers? Education in public schools and civilian universities has become heavily politicized and ideologized due to the war. Will military education also be increasingly politicized? And what will this then potentially do to the quality of the military education and even to the future of command and control system of the armed forces? Now, naturally, in a state of active war, time and resources are scarce. And investing in long-term strategic and quality-driven decision-making, not to mention sustainable military reform, is a significant challenge. It is very much like trying to repair a wheel on a moving carriage. However, wars do often tend to act as natural catalysts for change, for political change and military reform. And Russia, too, has managed to maintain and even develop its warfighting capabilities amid this war. Lessons identified from the ongoing war have led to real adaptation and change at tactical, operational, and strategic levels. However, although adaptation has occurred, I would say that the changes, particularly in legislation and institutional development, have been hasty and short-sighted, and more about managing superficial problems without actually solving the root causes. That said, we must not forget that Russia has gained unique and valuable combat experience and experience as a society at war for the past several years. And if this experience can be transformed from mere lessons identified to the level of lessons learned in military training, in military academies, and society at large, I think that is a scenario worth worrying about. But whether Russia will emerge from this war with a more capable army that goes beyond being a mass force reliant only on quantity is yet to be seen. With a shrinking population and declining willingness of Russians to serve, it will take at least considerable time for the Russian army to recover to its full strength and to meet its ambitious plans. Currently, the Russian military manpower system can still generate quantity, but at the expense of quality. And while Russia has demonstrated its capability to wage a war of attrition and will likely continue to do so in the medium term, Russia has not shown the ability to achieve a decisive victory with its current resources while engaging in warfare of this scale. But Russia does seem to understand that the war in Ukraine has significantly weakened its conventional deterrence. And partly because of this, we have seen and we will continue to see Russia relying on a broad spectrum of non-military hybrid means, even nuclear signaling, to compensate while rebuilding its conventional capabilities. And as a very final remark, I would say that given that most current reform efforts are driven by political ambitions rather than societal needs, the dilemma of what kind of army Russia truly needs and requires versus what kind of army Russia actually possesses, this dilemma will persist. Russia will continue to prepare for all types of warfare, ranging from limited regional operations to full-scale wars. But above all, Russia will continue to strive for recognition as a military superpower, both now and in the future. And because of this, Russia will persist in building its military by holding on to the traditional mass army mentality while simultaneously aspiring for a more professional and mobile fighting force. And trying to reconcile these divergent military goals, especially if with erratic political reforms, will undoubtedly be a highly resource-consuming and lengthy process for Russia. Thank you. I don't know if this picture needs some explanations. I took it with a 90s film camera in Moscow in February 2022, and it's right next to my home street. It has Lada Kapeika and Lada Troika, and I thought that it's this nice symbolic visualization of the hybrid system that kind of, it slowly and steadily goes on and holds on, even though the ride is sometimes bumpy. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Oona, for your great presentation. Yeah, Russia really had some problems with its manpower, and it will be very interesting to see how they address these challenges in near and more distant future. But let's continue. Our next presentation delves deeper into how is Russia generating manpower by focusing on mobilization, which either has not been very straightforward and clear. Just a moment. Professor Margaret Klein has had an extensive career in Russia's military, security and foreign policy. She was an assistant professor at the University of Regensburg from 2004 to 2008, after which she joined the German Institute for International and Security Affairs as a researcher. She became deputy head in 2016 and in 2018 was appointed head of the research group Eastern Europe and Eurasia, a position she continues to hold. Professor Klein keeps today a presentation named Russia's Covert Mobilization, Instruments, Structures and Risks for Domestic Stability.
So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for the great presentation. My topic is a bit more narrow because I'm going to look more on the issue of covert mobilization. Russia has suffered heavy losses on the front line. According to BBC Russia and Mediazona, we have now the names of more than 91,000 killed in action verified. But the real number might be much more higher, and if we include the wounded and prisoners of war, the estimations go far beyond 600,000. Although we know that some of the wounded soldiers return to the front line, but still it's a huge loss. However, Russia is not only in constant need to fill the gaps on the front line, but besides outnumbering Ukraine in the war of attrition, the Kremlin wants to further instrumentalize its military force as a means of coercion against the Western countries and NATO. And in consequence, Putin ordered the new target figure, as you had mentioned, to be 1.5 million soldiers, which, according to Putin, has been achieved at the end of December. But we all know numbers are not correct always in Russia, but still the target and the ambition is here. So that clearly shows that manpower is a critical issue, both A, for the war against Ukraine, and B, for Russia's long-term confrontation with the West. And how is Russia's leadership trying to solve the manpower issue? And here we have a mixture between a more traditional pattern of recruitment, that is going out and looking for contract soldiers, or efforts to enhance the number of conscripts. We have seen that when the age where you can be a conscript in Russia has been enhanced from 18 to 27 to 18 to 30, we have seen increasing efforts to conscript young men in the occupied territories, for example, so creating mass by the traditional pattern of recruitment, and contract soldiers, and we see war-driven measures. One is compulsory mobilization, so partial mobilization of September 22. And the other one is a set of measures which can be named like covert mobilization. And in my presentation and paper, I would like to focus on the last aspect, on covert mobilization, because it increasingly gained importance in Russia. Since 2022, we see a plethora of volunteer fighters in units mushrooming in Russia, going to the front line. It's to quickly generate manpower for the front line. And according to BBC Russia and just going to see. According to BBC and Mediazona, we can see that the number of volunteer fighters together with the PMCs is gaining importance by the losses. The next shows it a bit more aggregated. So the volunteers, where I include the PMCs, bore the brunt of the losses on the front line. But it's not only interesting from a military point of view, but also with regard to the political implications. We have seen one example was the Prigozhin rebellion, but also it's a question of the proxification of structures of violence, and how does it affect hierarchy, autonomy, and control with regard to the Kremlin, but also with regard to the MOC and Chief of General Staff. But I start by conceding that covert mobilization or silent mobilization, there are different terms used, is not an academic term. It's rather a description for different and very diverse measures to generate manpower for the war on a formally, and I say formally, volunteer basis. One can use a very narrow definition, which would be setting up volunteer formations and recruiting fighters for them. In other words, recruiting beyond the traditional ways of recruitment. So it's the plethora of volunteer formations from PMCs, regional battalions, battalions of companies and large enterprises, and so on. But you could also use a more broad definition, which is based on the objective, namely attempts to recruit personnel for the front line on a formally volunteer basis in order to avoid compulsory mobilization. And under such a broad definition, one could focus on the contract soldiers too. But the rationality behind efforts to increase the number of contract soldiers is about generating manpower, so it would fit into that picture, but the political implications are different. And according to that, I would stick to a more narrow definition of covert mobilization, so all the volunteer formations from PMCs up, but not contract soldiers. The key questions I would like to address in my paper are what are the motives and cost-benefit calculations. And here I try to come back to see. Can I go back here, like not to the next, but yeah. Thank you. So just a bit back. So what are the motives? What are the motives and cost-benefit calculations? Is it based on short-term or long-term perspectives? And what does it tell us about the trade-off between the requirements on the front and the long-term perspectives of the leadership? Then instruments and incentives. Then who is the target group? Can we identify the volunteers by age, by regions, by the way why they are going to the front line? Who are the volunteer formations? So mapping them. And then more the implications for regime stability and for military implications. But before doing so, I'd just like to spare them words about the database, which is lacking what I would like to have, so it's only limited. What I do have is primary sources, legislative, administrative texts. I can use some Telegram channels, but you have to be very careful with them. Then there are qualitative and quantitative data from BBC, from iStories, SIT team, for example. And you can look into Russian newspapers for that, but it's always more getting closer to seeing a picture, but always knowing it's not the exact picture, and it's more about coming to assumptions than to very clear insights. So it's a challenging database. When it comes to the motives, why is Russia doing covert mobilization? The one is battlefield requirements, so it's about outnumbering Ukraine, but the more important one is domestical risk calculation. So it's about avoiding another very unpopular round of compulsory mobilization that we have seen in September 22, when, according to the opinion polls, such emotions like anger, fear have arisen, when people left the country, when you have seen acts of resistance like arson attacks on enlistment offices, or even a new movement, Put Damoy, from the wives and mothers of those who were mobilized. And therefore, the Russian leadership is trying to not go to a second round of compulsory mobilization, although it is already preparing to be able to do it in a much more effective way when the decision on the day X has to be taken by, for example, enhancing administrative and legislative acts to do so. So the second point is about concealing the human costs of the war in order to make it a very normal, special военная операция, but not a war. So don't feel it at home. What are the instruments used? Here we can see that Russia is trying to expand the recruitment pool. For example, when it comes to lifting age restrictions, for example, up to the war, you could have only been part until the age of 40, now it's 65. Easing physical and mental health requirements up to 2022, for example, your criminal record should have been something where you should not have a serious crime committed. Now it's only treason, child molesty, and terrorism, but murder and rape don't disqualify you for serving on the front line. It's easing requirements for foreign nationals to join. You don't need to have any language skills, and your age doesn't have to be only up to 30 years, which was prior to the invasion. And it's opening up new recruitment channels, for example, with the inmates and those serving as those in the penal colonies. The incentives are, the one would be monetary issues. So you get a recruitment bonus, you get a regular pay. The recruitment bonuses, for example, are now up to 40,000 bucks in the region of Samara. This was at the end of January, plus regular pay from the federal center. So it's much more than you can earn in maybe 10 years if you're living in a very poor region. Then it's payment for disability and death. Then you have non-monetary benefits. It's citizenship. For example, you can become a Russian citizen while you serve under contract for only 1 year and not for 5 years, which has been the usual pattern before the war. It's a remission of penalty, and ideology plays a role too. So we see volunteer formations being formed more on a nationalist ideological thing, like Rusik. You can see those being formed more with regard to those who have Orthodox faith. So we see the Russian Orthodox Church becoming active in recruiting attempts. The issue of masculinity plays a role when it comes to advertisement, for example. So it's ideological, non-monetary benefits and money. But besides incentives, we do see deception and covert coercion too. Deception, for example, that we see anecdotal evidence where people think that they join some volunteer formations as cooks, drivers, so far away from the front line, but they find themselves on the front line. You can see that men sometimes don't know with whom they sign the contract. So for example, if you apply by Redut, PMC, you don't know with which formation at the end you're going to sign a contract under which terms. So this is deception. And we could, in a broad description of covert mobilization, also add the contract soldiers, because there is an element of deception too, because their contracts have been extended until the end of the special военная операция. So no possibility to quit the service. So it's deception. But we see covert coercion too, because we see some incidents where conscripts have been forced to sign contracts, and it's easy to do so in the military facilities far away from home. Now you can sign a contract after your first months of service of conscript, not longer term, so it's easy to pressure a young man. And with regard to prison inmates, it's easy to exploit that specific vulnerability in the prisons. So incentives and so on. Who are the volunteer formations? At the beginning of the full-scale invasion, Russia's leadership drew on existing structures, PMCs like Wagner, for example, and the Kadyrovtsi. but quickly began to promote ad hoc establishment of new structures. And in consequence, now we see a patchwork and plethora of volunteer formations with quite differences in size, target group, ideological orientation, terms of service, and autonomy with regard to the political or military leadership. So let's start with the PMCs. The PMCs have changed their role in the full-scale invasion, because up to the full-scale invasion, PFCs has been used mainly as a tool for plausible deniability, so where the Russian leadership didn't want to be seen overtly engaged, for example, 2014 in Ukraine and in African states or Syria. But that has changed completely. Now plausible deniability, I wouldn't call it plausible, deniability doesn't play a role anymore. It's only about generating manpower for the battlefield. We have seen new PMCs emerging besides the old one, and the most important or most visible PMC has been crushed after the rebellion, that's Wagner. Besides, we see regional volunteer battalions who have been set up already prior to the compulsory mobilization of September 22, in the summer of 22, but continuously they are developed. We see that sometimes the regional formations are in competition with each other, because it's not only the men living in one region getting forced or encouraged to sign a contract. For example, the Sobyanin regiment in Moscow is recruiting people from all over Russia, because it is hard to find recruits going to the Sobyanin regiment in Moscow, because it's not very attractive. But for people somewhere in the faraway regions, it's quite interesting to get the recruitment bonus from Moscow, for example. So it's a competition element within the volunteer battalions too. Besides, we see large enterprises, state-run or state control, which are funding volunteer formations, for example, Roscosmos, Rusal, or Gazprom, mainly targeting security personnel of those companies or workers there, and giving them the guarantee that they can come back and their working place will be the same as before, plus higher pays for injuries and death. Then with the volunteer units affiliated with nationalist, hooligan, and Orthodox forces, for example, Espanola, which is reaching out in particular to football hooligans and the Orthodox forces. And we could add the Kadyrovtsi too, because we have seen that Kadyrov has enlarged the number of volunteer battalions since 2022. So what I would like to do in my paper is more about a mapping effort, seeing who are the volunteer formations, can we map them with regard to size, legal status, funding, recruitment base, who are the sponsors of them, and what about operational autonomy with regard to the MOD and general staff, and political autonomy or not. That is the one thing. Then I go to expanding incentives, patchwork. What are the implications for regime stability? The benefits of covert mobilization are quite clear. It's burden sharing, and it's burden sharing with regard to the recruitment process and financial burden sharing. And it's engaging many actors in the covert mobilization as a proof of loyalty towards the Kremlin. So they're all forced to be engaged in that endeavor. No one can say we didn't know, we didn't want it to do. And you have to fulfill the regional quota in order to prove to the Kremlin that you are really a very loyal part of that system. So it's proof of loyalty. But covert mobilization entails risks for the regime too. Not only with regard to the Kremlin, but also with regard to the Ministry of Defense and the Chief of General Staff. Because we see a proxification of different actors gaining experience in recruitment processes and cross-financing of those volunteer formations. But here, I think we have to make a clear distinction, and I see Julian Waller is here. Thanks for your excellent paper. You made it quite clear that there are two very distinct formations. This is Wagner and the Kadyrovtsi, which are unique when it comes to autonomy by recruiting, so no one is saying anything where they recruit. They're recruiting loyal personnel with regard to, I mean, it was Prigozhin and it still is Kadyrov. It's an oath towards Kadyrov, so it's their private army, more or less. They had and have financial autonomy with regard to recruiting. For example, Wagner got the money direct from the Ministry of Defense and could give it to their commanders, so loyalty is ensured in such a model, which is not in place with regard to the regional volunteer battalions, who don't have that kind of direct financing, but they get the money directly from the Ministry of Defense. So the commanders are not in such a loyalty structure than we have seen with Wagner and Kadyrov. And both had been or have a very personalist cult, as you wrote, and a very broad political agenda. So distinct features. And the rest is really very diverse. With those volunteer formations which have partially a regional identification, others do not have, partially a identification within their companies. We have volunteer formations which are designed not to fight. For example, it's GROM, which mostly is a volunteer formation for members of the families of the elite who want to avoid fighting at the front line. So they join GROM in order to show that they are part of the effort, but not fighting, for example. So I just want to say it's a plethora and a patchwork of divergent structures. And what are the lessons learned? The Wagner mutiny is an exemption and an example, and it shows lessons learned for tighter control mechanisms. The Kremlin reacted by destroying that model where one person with a political ambition becoming part of the political elite embedded in a broad spectrum of companies with divergent aspects for repression and military issues has been wrapped up in. So that is gone. We now see that all the volunteer formations or the fighters have to sign a contract with the MOD. But we don't know what the exact level of control of the MOD is. What could be long-term consequences of that kind of covert mobilization? And this is just an exercise in thinking what could come, not what we see right now. Could the volunteer formations become an instrument or a safeguard for their patrons? Under which circumstances? And here I'd like to elaborate a bit on the circumstances. For such a scenario to happen, three factors would need to collide. One would be a significantly weakened leadership, president, or an imminent succession crisis. The second would be a massive escalation of fighting among the elite, which usually takes place beneath the surface. So it would be a case of open disputes erupting up. And here, the sponsors of those volunteer formations could be attempted to use them as their own asset in such kind of a struggle. So regional volunteer battalions could turn into governors' armies. Big corporations, volunteer formations could turn into tools of the big corporations. But for such a scenario, a third circumstance would need to happen, and that would be a weakening of the regular armed forces and a collapse of the security structures overall control. And this is something we do not see on the horizon at all. A more moderate scenario would be one which is a bit more probable, That would be given the neo-feudal relationship between Kadyrov and Putin. If something crashes down in that relationship, Kadyrov could feel an incentive to use his personal army to fight for a new relationship with the Kremlin. So, and one of the last points would be that for Putin, that kind of patchwork is not only one that he might see as a risk, but also as a safeguard for him. Because we have a very polycentric system of security structures, and competition is part of it. Competition when it comes to duplication and competition. And here, given his overall control, a mushrooming of different formations beyond the armed forces is also kind of a bit of a safeguard against a military eventually becoming more assertive, which is not yet the case, and it's not a tradition of Russia, but against a Minister of Defense, which we do not have now, but could be another one. So it's a safeguard for him too. And finally, what are the military implications when it comes to quantitative aspects? Of course, they play a role, but when it comes to qualitative aspects, and you had already mentioned it, Ona, it's a setback in the current reforms of professionalization, and it will have long-term consequences, and it will have future problems with retention. So thank you very much for the attention. Very much looking forward.
Excellent presentation, and I found extremely interesting that not only the state but these different groups have also learned a lot how to recruit and finance men. I think these two presentations showed us how manpower is very question of fate, both to the armed forces and the Putin. And I'm sure the audience have a lot of questions in minds at the moment. So let's open the floor for questions, and we have plenty of time to discuss on these topics. Okay, just raise your hand. Okay, let's take the first one here. And introduce yourself before the question.
I'm Sinikka Parvinen from the Bank of Finland Profit Institute. Thank you so much to both of you for very interesting topics. I'm not a specialist on this field, but I was wondering your views on the recent or fairly recent ousting of the defense minister Shoigu, and then the new appointment of Belousov to the Ministry of Defense. Have you seen any changes regarding the recruitment or the volunteers when he has begun as a minister? I've been speculating that he was appointed there because there needs to be some control of the finances and maybe some infighting of the elite. That was mentioned already, that some of his close allies of Shoigu were also imprisoned or charged with some corruption. How do you see this? Has there been any interesting changes that you see? Thank you.
Should I? Okay. The reasons for Shoigu's ousting, I guess, is something that he was weakened by two issues. The one was Prigozhin mutiny or rebellion, and the other was battlefield setbacks. So, but he, as usually, you don't fall out of the system, you just rotate to another position. So it was not like with Serdyukov being out, but he is still in, but on another position. And Belosov, it seems to me that the most convincing explanation is that there is an attempt to increasingly think together the needs of the armed forces on the battlefield and the defense industrial complex. So it's more about all that money that is being spent now on the military to spend it a bit more effectively. But I haven't seen a lot of differences when it comes to recruitment yet. So I wouldn't say this was a profound shift or something really has changed with regard to Belosov. He's much more on the background, so he's not so visible with regard to that. It seems to me that Shoigu was much more a prominent person and a driver behind that, and for Belosov, it seems to me, but it's not that I do have that insight, that he's just letting it go as it has been developing, but no changes and adaptations.
I think I can, is this working? Can you hear me? Yep. I can continue from that. I've exactly tried to find some kind of public statements from Belousov regarding recruitment, and I haven't really found them. And I did find his very first public speech right after his appointment. He did say something of that it is much more, the soldiers should be much more about than material and financial incentives. Other immaterial aspects should be considered as well. And what we've seen, like nice idea in theory, but in practice we have seen skyrocketing compensations and whatnot. So again, that sort of things that what can you do? It's like you've got the idea, but in practice it is very different. But as said, I've also got the impression that he's somewhere hovering in the background. And
okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, let's take here.
Thanks. Julian Waller, CNA, and George Washington University. This is an incredibly high quality panel. These are excellent projects, amazing research. I have a question for each of you, although I'm sure there's overlap. Freda Maria, you made the claim that because Russian recruitment is fairly unequal and it draws on specifically poor segments of society and poorer regions, that this might be a source of undermining cohesiveness or undermining the broader state of the Russian armed forces. And I was struck by the fact that how much of that is an impact on warfighting quality, given the fact that even in the West, largely speaking, lower economic classes, more deprived regions, people tend to select into military service, and that we would expect the Muscovites and the St. Petersburgers in America to also be, at best, going into the officer corps, and we wouldn't expect them to really be in the lower echelons of the Russian armed forces. So I was just struck by how much does that matter, relatively speaking, and I think you have some really interesting thoughts on this. So I just wanted to see if you could expand on that. And for Margareta, it was absolutely fabulous. I'm really struck by this patchwork idea of sort of they've decided, or they have, for a variety of reasons, not gone down the rationalization path with all these different PMCs. And that's kind of counterintuitive. I was expecting after Prigozhin we would get more rationalization of the gubernatorial legions and the state corporate legions and all these sorts of things, right? More rationalization, more bringing them into the MOD. And we're not seeing that, or you're suggesting that we're not seeing that. What is the reason behind that, if you can offer a speculation? And second, to what degree does that fit with upper level Russian political thought and thinking from places like First Deputy Chief of Staff Kirienko on the idea of sort of corporatism, the managerial society that the technocracy that he's constructing, and the idea that yes, in fact, if you're a state corporation, you owe these specific things in kind to the system, and you owe these specific things in kind to the system, tied into military education and patriotic education and all of that. I'm just wondering is patchwork intentional or is patchwork unintentional? And it's just a function of the Russian state not being able to figure itself out. That was a long-winded question. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we take another one, or shall I answer straight up?
I think you can answer.
Thank you for an excellent question. And honestly, I have been thinking about it as well. And as said, by no means when I'm focusing on these challenges, although as a person I try to be always like search for solutions, but this time I was all about problems and challenges. And I think it ties well with your last question on the panel, like the paradoxic success, in a way, like you've got these age-old problems, persistent challenges, but then again, if the war machine kind of still crawls on, I wrote to my, like exactly on the last panel that is good enough for the Russian army. So I think it might be more about this sort of kind of like self-perception as a superpower, more than, it is a recipe that works, even though it's the army isn't excelling, but do they have to? So I think that it's more about the fact that Russia wanting to have the self-perception and recognition as a military superpower and say that we have the general conscription and the nation is completely on board, and it's not, and it has never been, and it's the military as well, the general, it's in the military writings as well that they say that it has never been such. And I don't know if there is a recipe to make it something else, but that was an excellent question. And as said, like, I also kind of more think that it might just be that good enough is enough. The Russian army might not need to excel after all.
Yeah, to the question, is the patchwork work intentionally or not intentionally? I would argue it's more not intentionally, because there is no real requirement dictating to change it. So it's just about letting it go. It's about adaptability and the usual way that you just let it go, and if it doesn't challenge you completely, you just let it go. And two criteria for that. Battlefield requirements, so there is still a need to expand the recruitment base so far possible as you could do it, and it's better to do it with diverse instruments than too much control from the center. And the second is there is not so much a question or a requirement for control, because none of these volunteer formations after Prigozhin has challenged the system openly. We see that Kadyrov is expanding and it's creating his own army much more than before, but he's not doing it in an open way anymore. He's not criticizing the Ministry of Defense or not even Putin at all. So it's quietly becoming so. And as long as no one is challenging Putin or the MOD openly, there is no need to do it. So it's about adapting and just expanding as far as much as you can get. And we see it if you look at the instruments. So it's money, it's ideology, it's everything. So you just put a net and look how far you can get back, and you don't have to restrict the net. That's my explanation.
Okay, here somewhere was one question, or maybe more.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Alexander Malinin from National Bureau of Investigation. I have a question regarding the future and the potential demobilization of troops and social unrest and rise of crime rates due to that in relation. Does Russia have any plan for its soldiers in future after the war? Because that's the topic I'm interested in. Thank you.
Good question.
Would you like to start?
Yeah, I'm also like, I have been wondering that as well and trying to find out that if there is a cohesive or some kind of vision and strategy, and that's why I've been kind of thinking that now there is this kind of balancing act of, is it more expensive to end the war than continue it? Because then you kind of, when the war ends, you have to face the music and start, at least then you have to start really thinking about it. So as said, I talked about potential escalation of social problems, potential, because I really haven't seen very concrete plans. There has been this sort of already public, at least, attempts to integrate these kind of veterans of this war as the new elite, but they have been very kind of individual examples of someone being the head of Ural district or whatnot. But I still think that there is more. They are now weighing the potential risks and benefits for example, involving the veterans of this war to the elite, because they have to be loyal first. So I think that I haven't seen very concrete. They're trying to now buy their way out of this, but then at some point they know that the resources are limited as well. So I don't know.
Just like to add that I think it will be a huge challenge for the leadership demobilization, because people are getting experienced in getting a lot of money for serving. Then they come back in the poorer regions with nothing left. The workforce is already, I mean, many people are working in the military-industrial complex, earning a lot of money. So it will be a political challenge for the regime to demobilize not only the fighters and soldiers, but the workforce in the military-industrial complex. And this sets path dependencies with regard to the regime, uphold that kind of militarization of the economy. I wouldn't call it a war economy, but militarization of the economy and recruitment. And then what you just mentioned, they called it a new elite, but I haven't seen a lot of cases where people, really veterans, got promoted. So this seems to be just a catchword. What for me is more an open question is, we now see people, the regional governors and regional entrepreneurs, but also people from different backgrounds, like Konstantin Malofeev, for example, engaging a lot in covert mobilization. So they gain experience in administrating that process and in financing that process. Financing not only recruitment, but also getting equipment to the troops. So what does it mean for the future? I mean, it might mean nothing if the political control is as it is now. But if not, then we do have some people very experienced in just being able to set up new groups because they have the experience how to manage that process. This is just a question. It's not something that it's about thinking in the future.
Yes, okay, many hands. Okay, let's take this first one here.
Thank you for a very interesting topic. I have two questions for both speakers. To Anna Maria, Russia is now conducting, let's call it digitalization reform of recruitment system. Could you share a bit how far from, did we just outline some achievements, other or they are not? And to Margareta, coming to scenarios the day after the war, how do you assess such scenario? Those who were mobilized since September 2022 will be demobilized, and those who signed contracts might be moved to maybe African Corps, or today we got the news that finally Russia agreed with Sudan government to have a military base there, or to enrich Russia's military presence in post-Soviet space where they have military bases. Just, not to demobilize all the staff who signed the contract, but to move them to other operations. Thank you.
Shall I start?
Yeah, please.
About the online registration recruitment or system. So far, it has existed more on paper and in plans than in reality. There have, at least as far as I know, last week I was scrolling through Telegram and there were some remote regions that were saying that they're going to be the ones who are going to be the first ones test using it. But they have, I think they were supposed to test use it already in autumn of 24. But now they had to delay it to this year, so I guess we will see in the spring, during the spring, if they are able to kind of utilize it properly. But as said, I've only ever seen it exist on paper still.
Thank you so much for, yes, I completely agree. Mobilize the Mobiki, or the mobilized soldiers could be demobilized. This would be a very popular move, and it would be a gain for Putin, showing just that you served, you did a great job, you get us some money, but so you're now demobilized. Putamoy is dead. I mean, it's already not very visible, but still it's a popular move, and the others could partially be moved to the bases and the African core. But that, of course, is depending on the capabilities and the shifting setting now in Syria, which is very much of logistical importance to uphold the African endeavors. So if you lose Jumamin and Tartus, might be more difficult to uphold. I'm not sure if Sudan base is so obviously coming, or Libya renting or something like that. So it might be that the room to put them in and the endeavor is not as huge as a point where you could put all of them into the picture. But I think it's a probable scenario that you just described. Thank you.
Yeah, Aaron from Joint Force Command Brunsum. Yeah, a couple of comments in terms of demobilization. Of course, it's a money issue, but both from debit and credit version of it. So anyway, Russian, they need to reconstitute the army. So that means still the money will go to the same amount or even more to fill up the gaps in terms of losses in Ukraine. Secondly, demobilization might bring as well, so to speak, Russian single version of truth, especially when the Mobiki will go back home and actual numbers come into the society about the losses. And secondly, thirdly, there will be for sure tensions in mano and mano level in Russian society, especially in those cases when the Mobiki have been misbehaved by the superiors. So there will have social tension in the region, or in the units, or in the upcoming mobilization exercises or snap-exes and stuff like that. And last but not least, we need to keep in mind that numbers, we have 1,000 plus kilometer front line. Whatever the possible outcome of Ukraine, they still need forces over there. So that is not just by default that all Mobiki will be demobilized during that. That's all.
Is it kosher for me to ask from my colleague?
No.
Oh,
yeah, I thought it was a comment. No question.
But yeah. Can I ask from her, or is there another question? Of course. So, Margarete, you were talking about the changes in the PMCs during the war, and I was interested on how you see the long-term development. Do you see that there is now fundamental change happened in the PMC structures and the role of PMCs and the use of them? Because it does seem to me that the PMCs are nevertheless very strategically important tool in Russia's security toolbox in the future as well. So how do you see that these changes during the wartime, have some kind of fundamental change happening in the PMCs?
I think the most fundamental change was the destroying of Wagner, because it was a unique feature. We haven't seen something like that. The other PMCs are, I mean, there is a broad range of PMCs. They were latecomers in the business. We have those who began more like anti-piracy, usual protection services, so modern security, for example. It's more like a usual PMC that we see from Western countries or South African PMCs too, though not so much difference. But then since 2014, we have seen PMCs gaining importance that are different, more like tools of the Kremlin in order to intervene, like Wagner and others. But I don't, how to say, since Wagner is gone, it's more a normal development. I wouldn't call it much difference to, I mean, it's different to a regional battalion, but since they have to sign contracts with the MOD, there is a bit of a control over them, integration into the system. So I think the most important issue was Wagner. The rest is quite diverse. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? Comments?
Yeah, hi. Thank you again for your presentation. Rod Thornton, King's College London. I have 3 questions for Una and 2 for... They're very short. Okay. Margareta. First one is, do you know the rotation period that the Russian frontline troops have? I mean, it might be an unfair question. I just wondered if you knew how long they were left at the front for. Is it months? Weeks? I don't know. Perhaps you could answer that. Now, building infrastructure. So you professionalise the forces, you're paying them quite well, but have you modernised the infrastructure, the barracks, the places where they live, the places for their families to live? Is there been effort made, finances put into making their lives better outside of the military itself? And the third one for you, Una, is the idea of, if conscripts are killed, how is that played by the media? Is it picked up by the media? How many conscripts have been killed when they shouldn't have been in the front lines? I don't know if you know that or not, but just how are the conscript deaths dealt with within the kind of Russian media and by the Russian government? And for Margareta, very quickly, what was the name of the hooligan group again? If you could tell me that. And what do GROM do if they're not at the front line? And again, these might be unfair questions, and I do apologise for that, but I just thought I'd like to know. Thank you.
Shall I start? Shall I start? About the rotation period of the current situation, not completely sure, and as I think Margaret kind of very well described that, it's such a patchwork of different kind of troops that there might be very, in a way, also very different kind of service conditions possibly, but in the very beginning, the first kind of period, the contract soldiers, for example, they did respect that if they had a contract for 1 year or 3 years, they were kind of like then demobilized in the beginning. But then, I can't remember, was it 2023 that there was the presidential, or it was when the partial mobilization came that there was the termination, prohibition on terminating contracts of military personnel. So basically the contracts became without due date, and I'm not completely sure how that reflected on the actual rotation period, but what I've seen, at least, there is a lot of complaints about the rotation not working properly. About the infrastructure, I would say that currently most of the resources are put into social benefits. So the kind of like the families, they get money, they get, or at least promises of money, but the time I was in Russia still until summer of 23, the barracks and garrisons that I happened to see, they looked as miserable as always. And so I'm not completely sure if there's huge infrastructure process. So they're kind of shoving the money until like you buy what you want. But and then about conscripts killed, I would say that it was the kind of the most media attention got that, I think it was spring 22 when there were conscripts deployed to the combat zone. I'm not completely sure where they actually that many killed, but that was, so it was about the combat deployment, which then they said that they took them home and whatnot. So there was some sort of media outrage, but not widespread social uproar. And then they at least promised that, okay, we promise that no conscripts are going to be sent there. No conscripts are going to come home in body bags, but so.
Thank you. The one PMC reaching out to hooligans is Espanola. They have been reaching out to them, and I think what is interesting, because if you look at how Russia could mobilize manpower, we always think about manpower, but never about female power. So females don't play a role at all in the recruitment process, in comparison to Ukraine, where they do play a role. And Ispanola is the only one where I have seen an advertisement for female snipers getting recruited, and there is not much about that because of the conservative traditional values. But this is kind of, they are not using it due to that conservative stress, although they are in constant dire in finding fighting forces. What for me would be interested is looking more in the military patriotic education of the youth. Do we see there's something, a different pattern with regard to male and females, or not? So I'm not sure about that, haven't looked in it, but would be an interesting question for me. And then with regards to Groma, I just saw one article about that so much, so it's not a really research-based assumption, but what I found is they're labeled as volunteer formation, but they're more doing something like rear service, but it's called volunteer formation, so you could say, well, we serve there on the front line, but we are not on the battlefield front line, but somewhere in the rear.
Just on that manpower point, we're struggling in the English language to find a replacement for manpower, but there isn't one. When you say people power, that sounds like a hippie thing. So we stick to manpower, even though we know it's wrong.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick promotion. I will be speaking tomorrow about the military patriotic education and female soldiers.
Just a quick comment on this rotation. There is no clear pattern. There is no clear pattern on this. It depends on multiple things. First of all, the combat losses. Secondly, the type of unit who have combat losses. Secondly, the actual task or the priority of a given task, a specific unit, as we see currently in Kursk area or Pokrovsk area. So these are the ones who have most, so to speak, urgent rotations. There have been units in the south almost a year now in the region. Don't move, don't rotate too much. Only the internal vacations and basically rest areas in peace. So that there is no clear pattern. Secondly, we need to understand that in terms of the losses, the PMC losses or professional losses, except a couple of units, 147 naval infantry and PMC. The losses in the professional or PMC units as well, they are still contracting. Those are who mobilized in Donbas area or other areas, and they are not the core element of the specific PMC. So these guys will send to the front line. And as well the Mobik from the Donbas and Luhansk and Donetsk area. And so then you have a second line behind them who make sure that they are not retreating to the battle. So they will shut them. And the money will not be paid in that case. And there is at least two big categories of the unit construction itself: the expendables and not expendables. And that's why all the different PMCs or paramilitary units, their own core losses, except Wagner, is relatively low actually. In terms of conscripts, the biggest losses of Russian army in terms of conscripts was the early days of Kursk operation, as we saw just a year ago, a bit less than a year ago.
Thank you for excellent comment.
Would you like to respond?
Maybe just two brief points which have nothing to do with your remark, but I think it's interesting. One is with regard to what you ask. We see some changes with regard to the PMCs because we see PMCs that act, that are covered like PMCs, but they are pure recruitment tools, like Redut, for example. So it's not a PMC in the original case, it's something where you could just recruit. And then what is missing in the picture is Cossack forces. There have been growing importance of Cossack forces. According to the All Cossack Society, 50,000 have fought in Ukraine, and we see now a Cossack reserve being established with the attempt to have 60,000 Cossacks in that reserve force. And interesting is that they are not only reaching out to the so-called registered Cossacks, but also to the non-registered Cossacks, which usually are left outside that picture of recruitment, which gives me an impression that the need for more manpower still is very dire, because usually they wouldn't do that, because the non-registered Cossacks have their own identity, are much more independent from the center than the registered Cossack organizations.
And just a few thank you for excellent comments. And as said about conscripts and their combat deployment, as you mentioned, it was in the early stages of the Kursk incursion that the conscripts had to bear the brunt of the battle, and then there was the ones that got into media in spring of 22 when there was the accidental combat deployment of conscripts, but by no means have there been at any point of this war any kind of intentional idea of using conscripts there. But then there's that the conscripts are coerced to writing contract or signing contracts and so on and so forth. But yes, said by no means are they using intentionally conscripts in this war.
All right, thank you. It's 4 o'clock. I'm afraid we have to stop here. But thank you once again, Oona and Margarita. I agree, this was a high-quality panel. Very interesting and thought-provoking. And let's continue these discussions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Risto Kohonen. I'm the principal teacher for land warfare here at the Finnish National Defense University. It's my privilege and honor to moderate this last panel and the last conversation and presentations for this afternoon. As we heard already in today's morning keynote speakers part, the land domain and land warfare has in a way turned time backwards to, let's say, some parts in a World War I scenario and setup, and in some parts we're in World War II. But it's all with a mixture of modern technologies and different kind of flavors of the modern warfighting. During this afternoon's panel and presentations, we will have presentations concerning key lessons learned from the Russian, key lessons from the Russian ground warfare in Ukraine. Then we will look more in detail on how the Russian railways and the civil-military relations in relation to those. And then we'll look a little bit on the third part to the future of land warfare based on the Ukraine findings. We will have, as already mentioned, 3 presentations, about 30 minutes each. If you have specific questions that target that presentation, I would ask you to place those questions immediately after the presentation, then it's easier to answer those specific questions. But we will, in the end, have approximately 30 minutes time to have the proper panel discussion in the end as well. So if you miss the chance of making your questions after the immediate presentation, we can come back to those in the panel in the latter part as well. It's my privilege and honor to introduce our first speaker. Leonid Nersesyan is a defense analyst and a senior research fellow at the Applied Policy Research Institute of Armenia. He focuses on military reform, defense technologies, and the interplay of geopolitical and regional stability. His research interests include Russia and the Commonwealth of Independent States countries, armed forces, defense industry and technology, armed conflicts, and the armed control. He co-authored the books The Storm in the Caucasus and The Air War in Ukraine, the First Year of Conflict. He will give us a presentation on understanding the key lessons of Russia's ground warfare in Ukraine. The floor is yours.
It's great to be in Finnish National Defense University in February, as always, and thank you for organizers and Russia Research Group for great conferences every time. Today I will focus on, I would say, quite general topic. There is an infinite numbers of lessons, and all of them are, I would call, key lessons. Even the very small tactical changes can be very important. Just an introduction, we see that Russian armed forces are adapting all the time, and we can see that during the last year of conflict, Russian armed forces, land forces mostly, were able to gain some stable, limited initiative, which was not there first 2 years, so now it's quite a long time of where in general Russian troops have the initiative on the front line, despite it still goes very slow. That's kind of a change. And we see that Russian land forces were able to come back after several critical crises they had. For example, most of them, of course, in 2022, in autumn 2022, when the situation in Kharkiv Oblast and Kherson Oblast developed. So we have some research questions, and it's interesting to see which are the key shifts in military tactics and technological innovations since 2022. It's interesting also to have some historical kind of overview of deficiencies of Russian armed forces and how much they influenced the situation in Ukraine, and are the adaptations really addressing that nowadays or not. And also, of course, what lessons can be learned involving the roles of different branches of armed forces and equipment like artillery, UAVs, some operational changes. with this short historical overview, we see that Soviet Union last war was in Afghanistan, and that was a war against irregular troops. And after that, Russian army already fought quite similar wars in Chechnya, 2 wars in North Caucasus, and that was very much shaped the initial goals of the armed forces, which were more focused on fighting against irregular formations rather than formal armed forces. So primary opponents were lightly armed militias, religious extremists, and different criminal organizations. So with all this kind of approach, Russia came to the Russo-Georgian War in 2008, where 58th Army shown to be quite poorly trained, had lots of conscripts, had quite unreliable equipment, which, according, by the way, to words of back then head of Russian commander of general staff Baluyevsky, to one of mutual friends, he was telling that up to 50% of equipment we had in 58th Army were not able to just even start moving. So only half of the equipment was working, and let's say a portion of that equipment also was breaking down on the way to the front line. So that was quite disorganized, with command and control also, and situational awareness, also lots of problems, using mobile phones for communicating, open line mobile phones, using almost no modern UAVs, and in general in this war numerical advantage was the key, and which, let's say, psychologically break the Georgian defense also. So it was difficult for such a small country to fight Russia anyway. So that was but after that there was an attempt to reform the armed forces, with Serdyukov becoming a Minister of Defense. So there was an approach very much focused at defense procurement, changing the defense procurement, buying some high-tech equipment, in many cases buying things from European countries like Iveco, armored cars, or some components for modernizing the factories in Russia. But some advanced weapons were procured. At the same time, the works on changing the situ and in armed forces was done only formally. Quite a lot of money was invested in this Yesu Teze situ system, but it never became operational, and I think this was one of the weakest points in 2022 later, which we would see. In Crimea and Donbass, we had a big success, to be fair, but this success was mostly played by special operation forces and some private military companies. And in general, the reforms of Serdyukov period, they created some effective units in Russian armed forces, but at a limited number. So there were several brigades which were good. But in general, when things were about armed forces in general, reform was not that effective. And we also saw that Ukraine was weak back that time, and Ukrainian armed forces were not fighting that well. And Actually, Ukraine just started creating armed forces from scratch to some extent during the war already. So in the full-scale invasion, which happened in 2020, we saw many of these, let's call them new-old problems. They were existing previously, and we see the many equipment breakdowns at the end. We saw many abandoned vehicles, and maybe everybody remembers jokes from the first period of war with that Ukrainian people from villages. Everybody got one tank or BMP at their garage. So there was also cases when people had very outdated maps when they were attacking, and at the same time no working digital means of orientation, quite poor logistical supply, and in general all these problems led to the fact that everybody in the world was thinking that this war will end in a week or 2 weeks, and at the end so many mistakes and problems that we still see that Ukraine was able to withstand this first blow, and then it became this, went into the protracted phase. So this early stage lessons which we can take from Russia is there was quite a strategic misjudgment in terms of underestimation of Ukraine and overestimation of own resources. We saw quite serious command structure failures, and this we may very much can remember Russia using battalion tactical groups on the first stage of war, but they were not working because they, despite having the battalion groups, tactical groups, they had the same rigid hierarchical structure and not much initiative possible. So the decision-making cycles were still long, and they were not really benefiting that much from the new structure they were trying to apply. And of course, the digital C2 system gaps. There was technically no working digital C2 system in Russian armed forces when they started the war. And there are lots of photos you can find from the first periods of war when people were using this old school artillery tables and counting everything on the paper, which is quite not there. Even in Ukraine, they had already everything digital at that level. Going more to the technical components, I think during the opening presentation today, it was mentioned that artillery is becoming once again one of the most important components, at least in the theater of war in Ukraine. And we see that for Russia, artillery became the cornerstone because Air Force was not able to really gain aerial superiority in the first phase of war. And we remember that in summer 2022, Russia was really using huge artillery resources, for example, in operation to seize Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. But it was not possible to keep up this tempo they had, especially the Russian artillery units were huge back that times. They used sometimes 80, 90 guns to support attacking brigade. So after Ukraine gained some precision strike capability with HIMARS and other weapons coming from the West, this approach started deteriorating on Russian side. So big casualties Russia also started dispersing its artillery units and all other units. And in general, at some point we saw that despite Russia had much higher resources in terms of numbers in artillery, Ukraine was able to almost kind of have same efficiency with shooting 2-3 times less munitions per day because of higher quality of the equipment. But on the long run, we still see that having this infinite Soviet stockpiles of guns can still be quite important, and that's one of the important factors of Russia being able to gain some initiative during last year of the war. I mean, already mentioned that massed artillery tactics became outdated for both sides. You can only use very dispersed approach. It gets easier nowadays if you have some automated digital C2 systems for artillery, because then you don't need to put the guns near each other to control them, how it was before. So you can have 4 guns each 2 kilometers far from each other, but shooting at the same position at the same time. So that could be done, and both sides are doing that. And so when you find a gun, you can destroy only one gun, not all the battery. We see that Russia was able to adapt in that sense, and we see that also Russia was able to increase production of the guided artillery munitions. It's still not huge, these production levels, but we see them being used, and the bottlenecks sometimes are not even the Krasnopol M2 shells, but the drones which have laser designators, high quality laser designators, like the Orlan 30. Orlan 10, they have lots of Orlan 10 drones, but Orlan 30, which got a laser designator, they got less in their armed forces. In terms of in the domain of unmanned aerial vehicles, we see like a significant progress. Of course, Russia had some capacity in that sense, and it's interesting that Lancet, for example, is one of the very few Russian products which could be called innovative, and like a really new innovative and well-working product, which was developed before the war. It's just the production is scaled up nowadays. The secret why Lancet is a good drone is because it was created and procured for special operation troops, not for armed forces in general, and they were not being pushed to, this formal GOST thing, standards, Soviet standards, Russian standards thing. They were able to buy components wherever they want. It's probably not working if it's minus 60 outside, and it's not working if a nuclear bomb, if a nuke was blown up 5 kilometers far from the place. But otherwise, it's a good example that there can be innovation in Russia too in this domain. And we see adaptation in terms of quadcopters, FPVs. In most of cases, it were Ukrainians who came with the new ideas, like the FPV drones, for example. But Russia is able to quite, at a high pace, see that something works and start doing the same. And now there are some opinions that Russia maybe is producing more FPVs, combat FPV drones than Ukraine do per month. So it's not very easy to have the real numbers, of course, but we see that both sides are very active. And by the way, with FPV drones, Russia, I think, was first who started using optic cables for the FPV drones, so we can see that they also nowadays are looking into new options for cheap and effective warfare. And with this unmanned aerial vehicles trends, we see that it's becoming even more difficult to centralize any troops and try to have some classical attacks, like because if you just every time one of the sides is trying to concentrate troops, if it goes beyond even a battalion, it's being seen, and artillery starts working, and the results are becoming quite there. And the result of this is using very small groups for actions on the front line, and sometimes it's 10 troopers and maybe 1 or 2 pieces of equipment doing the attacks. And in Russia, they call that themselves Мясной Sturm, which means like the meat storm or something. I don't know how to translate it well. So when you just send these groups in all the time, and at the end the position is taken maybe by 5th group you have sent. So so it's becoming a bit. I think everybody did this parallel with First World War already, that you have this new machine gun, but which is 24/7 intelligence on the front line, and there is no new tank like Newton, which will help to break up this situation. But at the same time, it's important to note that it's war of Russia and Ukraine, but it doesn't mean that in other countries would have the same problems. It's very difficult to 100% extrapolate the lessons which we are talking about. I don't know how would Ukraine withstand if, imagine Russia had the same air force as US does, for example. That would be much more difficult, and probably same could be said, we can say about Russia. What if Ukraine had some very different air force capacity? So it's these lessons are still applicable, but should be very, I think, cautious that it's particular conflict, and many things in this conflict are quite old school at the same time, as the tank we see, for example. It's just quite DIY adaptations going there on both sides. It works, but it's not working very well, of course. That's not a solution for, I think that's not a solution which you can adapt for long term in any other armed forces. You need to think something more globally, and everybody probably remember also the kind of a huge garage on the T-72 tank. So it's defended from every side, but you can't use equipment like that seriously. I mean, that's very niche, and the only thing we see that many concepts, many types of equipment are still there. You still need them, the tanks, you need them, but you need to change something. There is no alternative to that, but you can't use the tanks the way they were being used 30 or 40 years ago. So the lessons which are, I think, more important for everybody is that mass production efforts require standardization. That's, I think, one of the most important things we can see, and this problem in Europe, I think, is quite there, that there can be 5-6 types of same category of equipment in different armies, in one army. In US, I think it's less actual, but in Russia, it's quite also problematic with this Soviet tradition of building 3 same tanks in different factories, but with different maintenance procedures at the same time. T-64, T-72, and T-80, I mean, this kind of approaches, or the jet fighters, they got quite a lot of flanker type jet fighters, Su-30, 35, different types of Su-30, and many of them are not really interoperable and have quite different components. And what we also see that if you have the more various types of calibers, chassis, and weapon types you have, the less effective it of course becomes. And of course we see that adapting commercial platforms and components are in many cases a good way forward, especially if you got limited resources. If we talk about some operational and tactical shifts, we touched some already. We see that many elements still remain same, but the technology and weaponry are different, and that makes some changes. And of course, because of these changes, there are revisions going on in both sides related to combat regulations. Of course, Ukraine is much more open in publishing this kind of documents. We don't see much of the Russian documents being published. In case of Ukraine, you can find lots of methodological materials related to using of different types of drones for special operation troops, for urban warfare. You can find lots of new materials. And the general, of course, trend is dispersion and trying to be more agile, and for both sides. And we see that precision munitions are making a quite a big difference, because if previously it were only few countries which had numbers, I wouldn't say few countries, only one country had enough numbers of precision guided munitions to wage a full-scale large operations. I mean, United States, of course, and nowadays it's becoming much more it's becoming easy to have this capacity, even for the smallest, even for irregulars. There are tactical level precision guided munitions you can use based on the commercial drone technology, for example. So there is an opinion which, I mean, it's of course a bit philosophical probably, but that some mass use of precision munitions can be compared to using of tactical nuclear weapons on the battlefield in terms of effectiveness. We see some old school ideas also coming back, and the assault groups and battalion and tactical groups of different size are not new, and they were used even in World War II. And we see that still traditional warfare concept can work, and blitzkrieg, deep operations, air-ground operations. We've seen that even in 2024, a small blitzkrieg in Kursk Oblast, for example, was possible to conduct. It's becoming, of course, much more challenging, but it's also the cause why this kind of larger operations are not working, is that both sides, none of the sides got enough, I think, resources for conducting this. So Ukrainian armed forces are also quite huge. And it's not, on this stage, it's became quite difficult to do this fast-paced, large-scale operations. And we see that the modern C2 tools are very much helping to improve unit management and from decision-making centers afar, but it's also introduced new operational challenges, like this kind of systems, of course, rely on high-quality communication systems, radios, internet, cables, optical cables in some cases, but the EW can be a problem for functioning of these systems, especially if we talk about the front line, Maybe for artillery units, it's just a very pure joy now to work, but for the front line, for the troops on the front line, that can be a problem, and it's like shield and the sword. EW and comms are very much also changing on the battlefields of Ukraine. Just a few closing thoughts, and we see that despite serious technological and organizational issues the Russian armed forces have had, especially, and still have to some extent, we see notable adaptations in many areas. We see that quantitative advantage remains still for Russia one of the most important factor, and it still relies on Soviet-era stockpiles. Russia lost almost all the tanks they had in the armed forces in 2020, but they still have almost the same number of tanks in armed forces now, because they are able to use the stockpiles after overhaul. Tanks still go to armed forces. Lower quality, of course, but the Ukraine, in that sense, don't have anything to put against this, except the help which Western countries are sending, and this help numerically can't be, of course, the same as Soviet stockpiles Russia got. So we see that Ukrainian innovation, while is quite significant, is constrained by limited resources, and that allows Russia to copy and adapt successful Ukrainian tactics, and quite often, and FPV drones is the most probably known situation. We see there is a reconnaissance strike improvements. The strikes with cruise missiles, Iskander missiles are becoming more precise, both because newly produced missiles are less problematic, and because the general reconnaissance also progressed. If we remember the first stages of war, after using up to 2,000 missiles on the first week, not very many targets in Ukraine were destroyed. So Ukraine saved its military potential. And it's also very interesting to see what Russia is going to do with the depletion of stockpiles, which is still going on. If war is not ending, we see that the open source instruments show that many types of weapons, there are not so much left on this, let's say, presumably infinite Soviet stockpiles. There is not infinite artillery guns and tanks anyway. So it's interesting to see where it can go, and it's also, adding to that, was interesting to see Russia overcoming its arrogance towards buying things from other countries. Of course, it was the situation which pushed Russia to go to North Korea and Iran, but I remember that even with the very developed countries, when Russia was buying Mistral aircraft carriers in France or Iveco cars in Italy, it was like all the defense experts in Russia were yelling, and some generals, that why the hell we're buying stuff, we can produce everything, and I think Russia in that sense lost many opportunities in the period they were able to do this kind of procurements, and this opens kind of prospects for the changes after the war, when the war ends. I can imagine, for example, Russia buying some naval capacity in China, which was quite logical thing to do back 10 years ago, but it wasn't done because how can we buy something from China? It's just like nobody would really accept that in armed forces, in society. So that's an interesting also change which can bring some interesting news in coming years. So probably, as I mentioned, the topic is very general, so let's leave it for discussion and we can dive into some details during the panel also. Thank you.
Leonid. Any questions at this stage for Leonid? Please. I'll just hand over the mic.
Thank you, Davis Petraitis from Baltic Defense College. In your research, have you looked at Russians using thermoballistical weapons like Солнцепек, Tasochka, and developing something new, how to apply them, and also how they succeeded to use this new distance mining system, земледелие?
Okay, that's a very good question. I will start from the end. I think, yeah, I definitely should add to this when it will be an article, the distance mining. It's something which I think is very important, how it changed also warfare. But distance mining, remote mining in combination with UAV intelligence is it's very strong, I think, when you have a very good operational awareness. And then these distance mining instruments, both sides can use very effective. Like you can find the movement of enemy troops and just mine the road before they're arriving, 30 minutes before they will arrive, or 15 minutes before they arrive. So that's something which is also very much hindering movement of large units in Ukraine, not only pure use of artillery, but also use of artillery, I mean both rockets and shells for remote mining. With thermobaric, they use it, but they had quite few Солнцепек systems in armed forces initially. It was not very popular because of having quite short firing range. And with new missiles, which can fly 12 kilometers, I think it will come back at some tempo. But even 12 kilometers for Ukrainian front line is quite dangerous. And probably many of you have seen what happens to Tasochka or Солнцепек when it's got hit by anything. It's like quite a dangerous piece of equipment in that sense. But the problem with TOS is that if you will go to 20 kilometers, for example, the dispersion of missiles will become much higher, and then this effect of like laying 20 very effective missiles in a very small zone, you won't benefit from that anymore. So that's a good question, and I personally think that these systems can only develop and become even more useful if you use guided missiles. And with guided missiles in Russia, you have some problems. There's still not enough, for example, Tornado S missiles with GPS guidance. They produce, as I understand, quite few of them per month.
Thank you. Any other questions? We have time for one more. Okay, we'll continue the panel. Thank you, Leonid.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question as well and for the answer. Let's give applause to our first speaker. From the key lessons in the ground warfare, we move to Russian railways. Our next speaker will present us a case study in the civil-military relations concerning Russian railways. Maria Enquist is a historian and a slavist at FOI. She follows the development of Russian security and domestic policy, as well as the military-related questions at FOI, the Swedish Defense Research Agency. Maria, floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. So, thank you so much for having me here in Finland. Happy that you let me inside the country. This presentation is going to start like the regular AA meeting. My name is Maria, and I'm unreasonably interested in Russian railways. So we're going to start, of course, with a map. Maps are essential when you think about and start to look at Russian railways because they tell a lot about the size in general. As we can see here in the west, dense. In the east, not so dense, right? And the red lines here, as you can see, they are all very intricate fantasies nowadays of how the Russian railways up to 2050 were supposed to be drawn and rebuilt. So these were all the beautiful plans that will reasonably never come to be for Russia, since the Russian railways, the joint stock company, they just quite recently announced that they will close all their funding for their strategic railway development as a direct consequence, more or less, not only by the sanctions and the war, but because of mismanagement in general. So this is a starter. But why should we really care about Russian railways and the railway system in general? What's the key here? Why are we supposed to care? First of all, the railways as a phenomenon, they serve as basically the glue that keep together the Russian Federation as an entity. It's the only real viable option for heavy-duty transport, and that goes also, of course, for military transport, troop transport, etc. It connects the east and the west in the perimeter. It's a natural vehicle, both literally and metaphorically, of course, for economic growth. And it's also the key enabler of Russia's military capability, because you need the railways to actually move things from point A to point B, from the east to the west, or from the west to the east, depending on where you want to move stuff, of course. The railway sector is codified in Russian strategic framework as a strategic sector, and it's not only the railways but the entire transport sector as such. And why is this important? They were actually labeled as a strategic sector not later in 2014, and that has to do with the domestic issues and domestic terrorism. So they were a bit late in actually sort of realizing that this was something that they needed to incorporate in their security framework and the way of thinking about security. But in any case, the railways are essentially geopolitical in their nature, and they're also a mean for influence, and not only when it comes to the hard security, but also for the soft parts. Because when we look at the map of the Russian railway system, and especially, of course, you know this because we're here in Finland, you can see the red lines are representing the broad gauge, I'm not quite sure how to pronounce that, system, the 15-20 millimeters between the rails. It's also called the Russian gauge. And the black ones are the ones that are not, the broad gauge. And as we can see here, this railway system, which dates back to not time immemorial, but at least Russian imperial times, also in a way represents the geographical area where Russia is able to project some sort of power, both soft and, of course, hard, as we can see. So when Putin said a couple of years ago, "Границы России нигде не заканчиваются," was he actually referring to the railway system? One can ask that question at least. So, moving on. There is one company which is a special company with long historic roots. РЖД, Российские железные дороги. It's the company, state-owned company that runs the Russian railways, basically. It's a joint stock company, as I said, and it was formed in 2003. It's a state monopoly, and the power of the shareholders is entirely held by the Russian government. It has more than 700,000 employees, and the company also controls more than 87,000 kilometers of rail tracks, and we have roughly 120-something thousand kilometers of rail track in Russia in general. So there is also a quite clear connection to the Siloviki, of course, and the Russian government. So it goes a bit like this. It's interconnected, this huge company. Andrei Belousov, Minister of Defense of the Russian Federation, is in fact chair of the board in RŽD, and he has been that for a few years, actually. The current CEO is Oleg Belozyorov. He's an economist and replaced the infamous former CEO Vladimir Yakunin, who was Putin's former KGB colleague, who also became infamous for embezzlement. He embezzled so much from the RŽD that he became inconvenient even for the Kremlin, which is to say something, right? But what is the thing about the RŽD then? The RŽD is, in a sense, the Russian railway sector. They have multiple subsidiaries, hundreds of subsidiaries that they own in part or in total throughout the entire transport sector, and especially, of course, the one that has to do with rail transport. As I alluded to, it's also a company which sort of epitomizes corruption in Russia. It's often used as a prime example of how the rent-seeking system, in general in economy, works, like how you actually embezzle things. But we have to remember, of course, as well as I said, that this is a state monopoly. So this means that it's interconnected with the Russian MOD and military operations. And of course, the company was, in fact, heavily affected by the sanctions that hit Russia already beginning in 2014, but has been hit even harder since 2022. So if we just take a quick look on how the RŽD is actually run. So each square here, each chunk that we see is one geographical entity, one railway area. And each of these areas are run like subsidiaries to the mother company, RŽD. And the board usually consists of RŽD employees who are like up and coming. Also, we have representatives in the board from the local governments, and also perhaps in some cases from the armed forces. Yep. So, starting to look at the military dimension a little bit. As I mentioned earlier, what's the military significance? I mean, we already, it kind of says itself, really. It's key to Russia's military capability. It's also a very, very important enabler for logistics operations. And for historical reasons, Russia has a very special branch for this. It's called the railway troops, and they have basically existed since railways were laid out in Russia, more or less. And they are a peculiar branch because they are highly specialized in railway operations. So they can do basically everything. We've seen them working in the Donbass since the start of the second invasion of Ukraine in 2022, for instance, carrying out intelligence operations, guarding rails, laying out new railway lines inside occupied territory, for instance. But the railways in general, I mean, it dimensions the entire geographical scope of Russian ground forces operations. So if we look at the map again here, this is basically where they can move. And since they are so dependent on railway transport to move their things, this is what limits them at the moment in general, or at least that is what we think at the moment. But we also have to remember that the railways, they also interconnect the military-industrial complex to the land forces and actually carries stuff from the industry to where they're supposed to be used. And of course also transport of troops and material, as I have already mentioned. So the idea for my article is basically that I'm going to zoom in with this background on three cases. So I'm going to look at Vozo and Transrus and Ural Vagon Zavod. And these three, I'm going to explain what all these abbreviations mean in just a moment. They represent three different branches, basically, in the Russian society. So we'll start with Vozo. Have I been so very... Yeah, here we go. Органы военных сообщений, Центральное управление военных сообщений. And this is a part of the Russian MOD. They organize all military transport of the entire Russian armed forces. So it's not only the railways, and you can see that as well here in their gerb, as it's called in Russian. So it's not only the railways that they're concerned with. Their current commander is Dmitry Martinenko, and they plan all of Russia's major military transport, and they contract the RZD, which I mentioned earlier, to carry out rail transports for them. But they also contract private cargo companies to do services for them. So Vozo is a very good example of the interaction between in the civil-military dimension in this case. So we'll just move on quite quickly to a private company, called Transrus. I'm not sure if we are connected to the internet here, but in the case we are, I could show you how their web page looks like in a very, not connected, okay. Then we'll just skip that. In any case, this is a private company, private transport company. They have been operational in Russia and internationally as well since 2006, according to their website. And they specialize in heavy cargo transport. They are maybe a private company, but they are obliged also by Russian law to serve the Russian military. And you can, when you look at their web page, you can see what they write themselves about their services that they provide to the military. So when carrying out military transportation, Transrus will promptly prepare and provide rolling stock, will qualitatively perform the entire range of works on loading and transporting technical inventory property, special equipment, missile systems, equipment, and other military cargo. Completely normal. Ракетные комплексы. That's what it says on the webpage. in any case. We will move on to Ural Vagon Zavod, which is a standard in the Russian military defense industry. Founded in 1936, located in Nizhny Tagil. This is a very special company in many aspects because they have a very long historical background. The funny thing is about Ural Vagon Zavod is that they produce two things: tanks and rail cars and trams. So there is not only a connection, because they are owned by Rostec, which is a conglomerate owned and totally organized by the Russian state, of course, and the political elite. And they are indeed quite a special company, because it's not only the fact that the pure technical prerequisite for both tanks and rail cars, they're very, very similar. So you can switch the production cycles very easily between the two. So that's also another case that I will look up and research a bit more thoroughly in the article as well. Of course, they have been under sanctions for a very, very, very long time, at least since 2014. In any case, quick conclusions. What can we say about the Russian railways with this background? The railways are very, it's a very grateful topic to study, because it's so huge, and depending on what specialization you have, you can attack it from almost any angle. It's very broad. But it is also a microcosm of Russian civil-military relations, because there are so many interesting interactions that have to take place regularly for it to function. So it's also, in a sense, an amalgamization of state, private sector, and industry. But we also have huge frictions that take place all the time. It's not a clock that works perfectly. It's not a Swiss one. It's probably an old Soviet one, which it is, basically. Corruption, heavy-duty bureaucracy. I mean, sanctions is it's a huge, huge problem. But the fact is that the Russian railways, they're still rolling for some reason. I mean, we get these, sensationalist news from now and then. Oh, the Russian railways, they're about to collapse, and this is not going to end well there. And it's also very interesting for a person like me who follows this topic and have done so for a very long time. I hear these news like, oh, the Russian railways are going to collapse, but they haven't yet to collapse. And I wonder, just to myself, and I'm just generally interested when this point is going to come. It's almost like a metaphor for Russia itself, in that sense. So the sanctions have indeed added a huge strain on the already strained Russian railway sector. And of course, another area that could be further explored in this article is how railway operations add to the cyber dimension and AI, for instance, because the RSD they're saying themselves that they are making huge efforts on AI in their operations and their development of their own operations. But how much truth is there to it? A bit unclear. So, what does this mean for warfare, and why should NATO care? I don't think that there is a silver bullet. If one has an intention to stop the Russian railways from rolling, there is not one answer. It's like, how do you tip over Russia, or how do you make the Russian economy fall apart? There is not one answer to it. I mean, we have seen since the start of the war both kinetic strikes from the Ukrainian armed forces on Russian railway hubs and other important nodes, for instance, both inside occupied territory, but also in Kursk, for instance. And as a direct result of the incursion into Kursk, the Ukrainian armed forces hacked the RZD's railway systems. And they're still running. It has hindered railway operations partially, locally, and a bit further away, but they are still up and running. I mean, physically, it's an easy target for anyone who wants to strike the Russian railways, because you can see exactly where the railways are. But Russia has quite a good capacity to actually fix their railways quite quickly. It's a very low-tech thing to fix. You just have to have the manpower and the rails and some wood, basically. Very low threshold. So, what are we going to do? I don't have an answer, but I guess that you might have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. And now it's time for questions concerning Maria's presentation. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Very interesting subject, not research enough. Just a methodological question. Why have you chosen these three entities? I mean, what's your research question leading to choosing these three entities? Thank you.
Well, I chose the case studies because I wanted to sort of dive in a little deeper in these respective areas, and I wanted, and I also chose this the case studies approach in order to isolate them a little bit, so that you have one example that is very clear, that comes from the state, the MOD, and then we have one private company, allegedly private company, and then we have one company that is owned in turn by a state giant, so that there is like a common denominator, but a little bit of different animals. So yeah.
Other questions?
Thank you, Maria. It was very interesting. I'm not sure that you have a answer, but maybe during your studies you run across, because those things are interesting for me. Right now, RZD is involved in building the second line in Baikal-Amur magistration.
Yep.
And military troops are involved very much. According to your understanding, why they are doing that in such a fast manner? And the second question is that RZD is also responsible for developing a new equipment for the railways. And here we have noticed within recent years development of specialized trains like armed trains. We have two of them officially announced, also with presidential trains. And what is the most interesting, so-called nuclear trains you mentioned here, carrying missile launches. This is the remainings from the Soviet time, Barguzhin type, and right now there are some thoughts about new type of Molodets being developed. Have you came across all those things? Thank you.
So I'll start with the BAM, Baikal-Amur Magistral. It's a topic that I've been following like a little bit over the years. I think it's quite interesting because, as I mentioned very briefly at the beginning, the RZD has basically cancelled all the funding for their rail construction on the BAM. Yeah, 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 and quite recently. So we'll see how that falls out. But I mean, they have been trying to finish that for, as you know, perhaps also for years and years and years, decades, since they began constructing it, like in the like the funding, that was in that was recently, like in early December, I think. Yeah. But it's quite interesting because they usually it's it has been very problematic to find people who actually want to go and work there and build it, because it's so far away and so remote and so harsh of a climate. So the railway troops have actually gone there and helped out. But now they are quite busy in Ukraine. So in order for the RGD to actually continue to build on the BAM, they have recruited prisoners previously. And there is another group that has also been quite active in Ukraine, and that is prisoners, right? So the question is, who is actually going to build the BAM? Who is going to finish it? If the railway troops are in Ukraine and all of Russia's prisoners are at the front line in Ukraine. I don't know, but we'll see about the funding then. But armed trains, I mean, armed trains has been a thing for more than a century. And they have two in Ukraine, I think, now. One is called the Yenisei, and the other one I can't recall. Yeah. But it's, I mean, it's interesting, but I mean, the technology as such hasn't changed too much on that regard, but I guess we can continue the discussion later as well, if we have more questions.
Okay, thank you. I think we have one more. Okay.
Johan-Matti Lehtonen from National Defense University. 20 years ago, I happened to be involved in railway business and from Finland, and Russia is close to Finland. We have the same railway network. So well, 20 years ago, I recollect that they had something like 1.5 million workers at the time in Russian railways. Now I checked from the internet, I found from 2011 that they had 1.2 million employees, and you stated they have 700,000 employees, which is still a lot. If we had this morning Bank of Finland's presentation where the Russia workforce was something like 80 to 90 million, so that'll be about 1% of the Russia's workforce. So I was interested in if I remember the employee numbers correctly, and would this translate to increased productivity in Russian railways, or is it just a sort of an accounting gimmick, or perhaps reduced output? Otherwise, if the railway output is increasing and labor volume is going down in 10, 15, 20 years, that would be a rather impressive productivity improvement.
Yeah, indeed. No, I got that figure from their own homepage, actually, in the RGD annual report from 2023. So it was published in early 2024. So it's their own account of how many employees that they have. But I'm not quite sure if that would entail the entire workforce, like in total, or if that are people who are only employed by the joint stock company or RGD. Because your figures sounds, they're quite, it's almost double the size. So it's quite a significant discrepancy, but yeah, I will absolutely check that out, without a doubt. But I mean, but when it comes to the workforce, I mean, as far as I can tell, from looking at RGD's operations, and I mean, trolling their own websites and news about the company as well, because I mean, there are still a lot of reporting going on, I would say, in the open about how the RGD is faring, which is interesting given the overall source situation in Russia. They are having massive problems recruiting people, skilled workers, as far as I can tell. But that's not exclusive for RGD. There's a work shortage all over Russia. So I don't know. But thank you. Good question. I will look into it.
Okay, thank you. We have time for one short question.
Colonel Fazio from JFC Brunsum. How Russian railway is affected, in your opinion, by the melting of permafrost effect?
Well, was that the only question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
no.
Well, luckily for Russia, the majority of their railways are not located on permafrost. It's only in the north, very, very north. But it's still a significant amount of rail that is affected, I would say. And the problem for them is that they have a lot of strategic infrastructure in this area that they really want to reach, right? Not only gas and oil fields and such. But they are undertaking some, I mean, at least until a couple of years ago, it was serious efforts to actually build better on the ground or beneath the ground, and actually drill and make the rails actually. My engineering English is not great, I'm sorry, but actually to just fix the problem basically. But the problem with the financial model for all of these investments is that they rely on foreign investments. So I'm not quite sure how they will fare against the current background, but it doesn't match with their ambitions for it. That's all I can say.
Okay, thank you for once again for a very interesting presentation. Let's give one more time applause. Now it's time for our final speaker. Clint Reich is a senior international defense researcher at RAND. He's an author of numerous publications on Russian military, political, and economic affairs. His research interests include Russian military strategy, military deterrence, and the line between decisive and protracted wars. Prior to RAND, he served for 9 years in the US Navy as a Russian linguist in various positions at the National Security Agency and the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. In 2014, he received the Navy Language Professional of the Year award. He will give his presentation via Zoom and also participate in the panel via Zoom. Now we'll hand over the arena to Clint Reich. You're welcome.
Thanks, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
We're going to hear you well.
All right, great. Appreciate the opportunity to talk a little bit about some recent research that we've done. Hopefully you find it useful and interesting. Because I'm out here on the West Coast in the LA area, I always get the honor of being the last presentation of the day. So hopefully you can bear with me and I can say some things to keep you awake. So the topic of the presentation today is Russian operational concept and force development. I'm going to go through a couple different studies that we've done that are related to that. I think they tie together somewhat well. I'll cover some previous work before briefly and then get into some more recent work that we've done. Talk through some caveats in that research and give you some findings to consider. Next slide, please. So work that we've done in the past, I especially ended up fixating on what was happening with Russian land forces, basically starting in 2008, but even really going back in the early 2000s. I don't know, maybe among Russia watchers it's clear, but more broadly, I'm not sure how much people appreciate what Russia did with its land forces. Really kind of ahistorical. The amount of downsizing that went on was really unprecedented as far as I know. And it was not necessarily well received within the Russian military, but they did it nonetheless. So you can see here that, as of 2015, you're talking about a ready Russian land force of 150,000 troops, down from over 2 million during the sort of height of the Cold War. And that was a product of a few things. For one thing, NATO land forces obviously were downsizing considerably as well. The US land forces were sort of deployed around the globe and really occupied in other places like the Middle East. Moreover, Russia saw that when NATO or the US goes to war, it doesn't look like wars of the past. It's much more aerospace centric. So land forces simply play a lesser role. But that's really at the regional level. At the local level, along Russia's periphery, land forces still have a role. But Russia felt like this really small Russian land force was sufficient. And then by the time they went into Ukraine, numbers could vary, but we're still talking about a ready land force, meaning forces that they felt like they could deploy quickly, of perhaps 200,000 troops. Just historically speaking, a very small number of land forces. Although, for comparison, when the U.S. went into Iraq in 2003, they had a land force of around 150,000. But the Air Force and the Navy clearly were playing significant roles as well, which was not necessarily the case as much when Russia went into Ukraine. So that's the background of sort of where they were and where they were thinking. They really saw warfare as evolving, land forces playing less of a role in the current environment, and they made some pretty consequential decisions. Next slide, please. As you can see here, this graphic depicts sort of how they were thinking about fighting at the regional level of war. Obviously, this sort of threat scenario is that NATO comes in and launches the aerospace attack like they had seen in Yugoslavia, Middle East, Libya, etc. And so a lot of their focus regarding the regional level of war was how to slow that down. And again, that's not really a land-centric concept. It's really a strike-centric concept because of the geographic separation of forces and the composition of those forces. It wasn't really about going in and destroying enemy land forces. It was about destroying air bases and platforms that could launch long-range precision munitions like submarines and aircraft, and jamming GPS and so on. Those were really sort of the focuses of Russian thinking on war at the regional level, and land forces sort of playing a much lesser role. Next slide, please. So back then, our thinking was, okay, the Russians are downsizing, and this is back 2020, 2021, 2022 was when this research was happening. Russia's really downsized its land forces, and so they're sort of signaling that they feel like the kind of center of gravity is this long-range strike fight, at least initially. But we had the question of what about the means to actually carry that out? If you recall the graphic from the previous slide, you need a lot of missiles. There are a lot of targets. You need ISR, etc. So we felt like we should dig into that a bit more and do some studies looking at the Russian ability to actually carry out the concepts that they felt like were important at the regional level of war. FOI did a study back in 2019 where they estimated the number of Russian standoff munitions, and it was not a huge quiver by their estimation. We kind of built on that and built out our own Russian long-range strike quivers that you can see here. We looked at various inventories, low, medium, and high. Between medium and high, just for reference, is about what Russia has expended in Ukraine, somewhere on the order of 3,000, 4,000 missiles. I don't know what it is now. I haven't looked in a few months, but before it was 2,000 to 3,000 missiles, for example. And our hypothesis was that this is nowhere near the number of munitions that especially if they're only conventionally armed, this is nowhere near the number of munitions that you would need to slow down NATO, especially over the long term. Not that they couldn't cause some problems, but the missiles get diluted pretty quickly when you start to look at how many you need to take out certain targets, how much damage they can do. When you start to consider failure rates, which turned out in Ukraine to be even larger than we would have imagined. Air defense as well. So you end up needing a lot of missiles to have this long range fight. And you can see the quote there on the right from a Russian Main Operations Directorate general officer who wrote in 2019 that non-nuclear strategic weapons, so long-range precision munitions, are not a suitable substitute for nuclear weapons in solving sort of regional and global tasks. And I think what he was getting at there is this same point, that Russia doesn't necessarily have the land forces to do the job, but it could theoretically rely on long-range precision strike to help slow down a NATO attack. But once you start to run the numbers, you kind of realize that it's probably not enough, and that seemed to be his conclusion as well. One other point there is that Gureyev and Slipchenko wrote a book back in the 2000s where they estimated that Russia might need between 50 and 70,000 long-range precision munitions to conduct a high-intensity war in Europe, which at the time when I read it a few years ago seemed like a massive overestimation, and maybe it still is to some extent. But I think Ukraine has shown that maybe they weren't as far off as I might have thought initially. Next slide, please. So that was then. Then Ukraine happens, and just because of the way things went, you know, maybe if they had gone differently in the initial period of war, we'd be having a different discussion, but they didn't go that way. The war bogged down into sort of a positional, attritional fight. And I think a lot of the assumptions that the Russian strategists, military strategists, have been making about the character of warfare turned out to be incorrect, or at least were maybe tilted too far in the direction of this aerospace long-range strike fight and neglecting land forces too much. And I think the announcement by Shoigu in late 2022, when he was still the defense minister, talking about the expansion of the Russian military, and in particular the expansion of Russian land forces, was a shifting of the pendulum back in the other direction, and a realization that maybe they had gone too far in their reforms. And they were already trending in that direction anyway, at least on paper, when they had kind of started transitioning back from brigades to divisions. But I think the Ukraine war really kind of solidified that realignment of Russian priorities, and Shoigu's speech sort of gets to that as well. And for our research, we use Shoigu's speech as a baseline that I'll explain more in a bit. Next slide, please. Shoigu's now departed the scene. I threw this in here because I just recently read it, and I thought it was an interesting quote from the new defense minister, just to kind of set the scene about where the Russians are right now in terms of the thinking about future war. Belousov talked about the possibility of a military conflict with NATO and Europe in the coming decade. How probable the Russians see that is an interesting question, but they certainly see it as a growing possibility, even if it remains somewhat unlikely. But in any case, it appears that this could be the driving scenario for their concept and force development going forward, if they view this conflict in Europe as becoming increasingly likely. And I think based on what's happened in Ukraine, based on the accession of Finland and Sweden into NATO and other factors, and based on indications we already have, they may be thinking a little bit more about the ground fight than they were in the past. So nowadays, our research has been a little bit more focused on Russian land forces. That's what I'm going to get into next. Next slide, please. So the study we recently completed for the Army that I'm going to kind of summarize for you here was we wanted to look at the reconstitution, or maybe perhaps the better word is really rearmament, post-war rearmament of Russian land forces out to 2035. In particular, we're interested in battle tanks, light armored fighting vehicles, so infantry fighting vehicles, armored personnel carriers, self-propelled howitzers, and multiple rocket launchers by 2035. And we use what was in the Shoigu, what we call the Shoigu plan, as the requirement that Russia will be trying to get to in terms of rearming its land forces going forward. Next slide, please. So how do we do it? How do we do the research? We looked at rearmament or reconstitution as resting on three pillars: cost, industrial capacity, and capability. You have to consider, the reason for the way the graphic looks like it does is because you have to consider them all simultaneously to really get a good sense of what the Russians are going to be able to do. The way we put it is they can have all the rubles in the world, but if they don't have the capacity to build it, then that's going to slow them down. Of course, they can build more factories, but that takes time. They could have all the factories in the world, but if they don't have the rubles, then it doesn't really matter. So you have to consider those, especially cost and industrial capacity, together simultaneously for the analysis. And then, of course, quality matters too. So how good will these systems be? That's where the capability question comes in. They can have a lot of tanks, but if they're not any good, then it's not as helpful, in other words. So there on the left in the box, you can see how we did it, how we interrogated these three pillars. With regard to costs, we looked at, for us, both for cost and industrial capacity, key benchmarks of comparison was the 2012 to 2021 period. We know what Russia spent on defense. We know what Russia spent more or less on its land forces procurement. We know what they got for that money. So it's a useful benchmark of comparison, that period. And it's recent, and it was in peacetime, which is important. Russia is not going to be spending 7% of their GDP on defense in perpetuity. Defense spending will come down. How much it comes down is a matter of debate, and I'll talk about that at the end. But it is going to come down. And so I think, even though you might say, well, we're entering into a new era, the 2012 to 2021 period is still a useful benchmark of comparison. And then we built a model to help us kind of analyze these pieces simultaneously and then compare them to that period, just to get a sense of the feasibility of Russia's rearmament of its land forces. Next slide, please. So quickly, caveats. One of the big problems or challenges of this research was that the war is still going on, and we don't know when it's going to end, and we don't know what the condition of Russian land forces will be at the end of the war. So those are major hurdles for any analyst to overcome when trying to do a forecast like this. That's why it's important that we develop an approach that's easily changeable if and when the time comes and we get better data. So what am I going to present to you? You need to keep those caveats in mind. What we did have to do was we established that the notion, and we were doing this research in 2022, 2023. We said the war would end in 2025, and we had to make some assumptions about what the condition of Russian land forces, particularly the weapons that we're interested in. We had to make some assumptions about that as well. All of those are spelled out very clearly in the study, in the hope that people understand all the challenges that were involved here. Next slide. So let's get into it. In terms of where the Russian land forces are going, I said that we established a notional end of the war in 2025. We'll see if that happens or not. But we assumed, because we were doing this in 2023, we had to assume what was going to happen in 2024. And we assumed that losses were going to be equally high in terms of the losses of these systems, like they were in 2023. which turned out to be true because Russia's been continuing to lose personnel and equipment at high rates, but they're also regenerating quickly and pretty effectively, honestly. Probably the most impressive part of Russia's performance in the war has been mobilization and regeneration. So you see there pretty impressive estimates from our side on regeneration, which leaves them with a 2025 order of battle. One key thing that for us was that whatever Russia's land forces look like at the end of the war, they're going to be equipped with quite a bit of old stuff. We've seen the reports of all the old tanks coming out of storage, being quickly refurbished and pushed to the front. There's also new or modernized weapons that are going to the front too. It's a mix, but it's not 100% new and modern. So that means that whenever the war ends, rearmament is really going to focus on replacing a lot of that old kit that Russia would rather not have in its active duty maneuver units. Next slide, please. So what are its requirements? Where is it trying to get to? Based on the Shoigu plan and the numbers that we ran, we see if you look at maneuver battalions and fires battalions, Russia's going to grow or plans to grow considerably. This is probably a 50 to 6. I don't recall the exact percentage growth over where they were in 2022. But let's suffice to say for now, it's a significant increase from where they were before. But Russia being Russia, they're probably going to continue to have a lot of conscripts. And if they do it like they did before, they're going to prioritize the battalions that are manned with contract personnel. And before the way they did it was 70% was what their goal. So that's why you see the 70% targets there, because those will be the priority for rearming with modernized equipment. And the rest of our analysis just considers how feasible it will be for Russia to do that, taking into account cost and industrial capacity. Next slide, please. So on the cost front, we looked at Russian economic performance in the decades prior to 2025 and used that. And then we relied on IMF, World Bank, Russian Central Bank forecasts for what they think economic growth may look like going forward. Of course, we have baseline optimistic, pessimistic scenarios because we don't know exactly what's going to happen. A lot of it will probably depend on the oil price. If oil's high, Russian economy will probably be okay, and they'll probably have resources to commit to defense. But we don't know exactly. So we have these different scenarios that we lay out here in order to figure out what kind of resources Russia will have to commit to national defense spending, and in particular to land forces procurement spending within this 10-year state armament program, which is supposed to be settled pretty soon, according to Putin and Belousov. Next slide. So in terms of capacity, I said we were going to use the previous period as a benchmark of comparison. After we make a bunch of assumptions about what the Russian land force looks like at the end of the war, and we know what the requirements are, so we have the starting point and the end point. We take a look at what would be required to get from point A to point B. And you can see here that using that benchmark of comparison with light armored fighting vehicles, howitzers, and MRL, we're talking about potentially significant increases in production that they would have to achieve over the previous peacetime decade in order to meet their goals. Not impossible, but they would need to build out capacity. They would probably need to keep defense spending pretty high to achieve these production numbers. But just gives you a sense of what they're trying to do, what their goals are. Next slide, please. Another key factor in Russia's rearmament will be what's left in stockpiles and the strategic storage. The strategic storage, the Soviet inheritance, has been a huge lifeline for Russia in the war in Ukraine. Without it, it would be interesting to contemplate how they would have sustained such losses and replaced them so quickly. They probably could have figured out a way to do it, but it would have been costly for sure. But being able to pull these older systems out of storage and either refurbish them or modernize them, depending on what they decided to do, has been helpful. And this was the way Russia was modernizing before the war started. They were building some new systems, but a lot of them were T-72Bs that became T-72B3s and then T-72B3Ms. So that was a key part of their modernization plan before the war, and it probably will be after the war. But if they blow through all of what they have in storage as a result of the war, that means they're going to need to be building systems from scratch, which of course takes longer and is more expensive. So that's why you see the cost go up for Russian rearmament if the levels of storage, usable weapons in storage, goes down. So that's what you see here. And again, we don't know exactly what the condition will be, but we offer some possibilities of high, moderate, and low stockpiles. I think it's going to be closer to moderate or low, given things I've seen recently. Next slide. I've kind of given you the inputs of our model, and so you put it together. We built an Excel spreadsheet that allows you to go in and play with these numbers because we acknowledge that there's just a lot of uncertainty. So for example, if you look at one of the rows, you probably can't see it, but the post-war active level. So how many tanks will Russia have in its inventory at the end of the war? How many of those will be modern? How many of those will be old? We don't know exactly, but you can replace those numbers with better numbers in the future using our model. But what this one shows is that in order to achieve, based on the assumptions we make, in order to achieve 70% modernization across these systems, Russia would be spending, if you look there on the right, about 25% of the procurement budget would have to be going toward ground forces. In the past, it was somewhere between 14, 17%. So the ground forces would be eating up a much larger share of the state armament program, which may be a choice Russia's willing to make, but they would come at the expense probably of the Navy, perhaps of the aerospace forces to a lesser degree. But these are political choices that would have to be made. And there are also questions about debt that they would need to get into, or that would be an issue for them, as well as the capacity questions that you see down below. A 200% increase in howitzer production over the previous period is significant and perhaps infeasible, but we'll see. But this is how we did the model. It gives you at least an idea of where there could be potential problems for Russia, or at least trade-offs that they're going to have to make. Next slide, please. On the capability side, I haven't talked too much about that. This is sort of a rough notional. It's not completely made up, of course. We do have information on what the losses have been and how those losses are being compensated for, with both modernized and with older equipment that's been hastily refurbished. So we suggest there's been clearly a drop in Russian weapon capability on the land for land forces as a result of the war. I don't think that's surprising or debatable. But we will see over the next decade, they're going to replace those old systems with more modern systems that'll sort of get them back up to where they were, or perhaps a bit better than before the war. I think you could argue, though, on this front, that the war has probably set them back a decade in terms of their modernization, if the war hadn't been fought, about what their 2035 force would look like, just in terms of modernization levels across the board. Next slide. So when you put it all together, the 70% modernization, 70% of the 2035 force would look like, just in terms of modernization levels across the board. Next slide. So when you put it all together, the 70% modernization, 70% of the 2035 force would look like, just in terms of modernization levels across the board. Next slide. So and we use our model, we make our assumptions about how much they're going to spend on defense, what sort of would be reasonable production levels, and so on, we come up with an estimate that we may be able to modernize. They may end up with about 240, very roughly speaking, modernized maneuver battalions, 100 or so modernized fires battalions. I put that into sort of BTG terms, which that may be a thing of the past, but for now we'll go with it. But before the war, they had around 168 battalion tactical groups. This would result in 240 augmented battalions, let's call them. So a pretty significant increase, even with our estimate, which may be conservative, we'll see. But we definitely see the Russian military getting considerably bigger than it was before the Ukraine war. We can say that, I think, fairly confidently at this point. Next slide, please. So one of the things that came up in the research was our assumption was that we would see Russia sort of maintain its fiscal conservatism that Putin had displayed really throughout his entire tenure. So 3% or so of GDP on defense. There were folks who disagreed with that and said it was far too conservative, that they think Russian defense spending going forward in light of the Ukraine war and the growing confrontation with NATO is going to increase, even if it comes at the expense of social spending, even if it comes at the expense of higher debt levels than Putin has previously been willing to accept. And so we included this analysis here to address that concern. And as you can see, the cost of the more money they have, the easier it is for them to modernize. They can build more factories, they can afford more tanks and fighting vehicles and fires. But there is debt. The debt does go up, at least the way we calculated it. This is not cost-free. And so again, Russia may be faced with choices about how much debt it's willing to live with, how much debt it can afford to rearm its military going forward. I mean, I think one thing they're trying to do is do a lot of rearmament now. They're spending a lot of money on defense, perhaps in the hopes that some of it will be left over after the war, but they continue to take heavy losses. So how much rearmament they're getting now, it remains to be seen. But this just gives you a sense of the different possibilities that we could see going forward for Russia. I think this is a key one to watch. How much are they willing to spend on defense as a percentage of their GDP over the next 5 to 10 years after the war ends? That'll be a key marker. Next slide. So just to conclude, I don't want to go over this too much. I've been going on for a while, but we see the Russian force in 2035, land force, being expanded quite a bit from what it was before the war. Russian air defenses are still a key part of their military strategy. Those have not, especially strategic systems, have not been greatly impacted by the war. EW, mines, UAS, etc. It's still going to be a pretty formidable threat to deal with going forward. How much they learn from the war, how much their personnel is competent, we'll see. You would think that they would be, but Russian history also tells us that Russia repeats a lot of things over time in conflict. So we'll see. I think the main thing is to think about on that note is that oftentimes when Russia goes to war, the peacetime force is the force that gets chewed up quite a bit in the initial period, and then it's all about mobilization after that. That has been a consistent theme in Russian military history. It doesn't always go that way, of course, but we've seen it enough to know that this is probably a reasonable scenario to consider in the future. Next slide, please. And I just include this slide because I think Russia may be headed back in a direction that looks more like the past, the distant past than the recent past. The quote there from Rodionov, who was very much against the reforms of making giving Russia a professional army, you know, for various reasons, he and others were vindicated by what happened in Ukraine. Russia's professional military was basically destroyed in the opening months of the war, and ever since then, it's been about mobilization and regeneration. And as I just said, this is a consistent pattern in Russian military history. There are other examples too, like I said, but in a big war with a big military opponent, this is kind of how it goes for Russia. Heavy losses, and then it's all about the rear. It's all about mobilization. It's all about waves of troops going forward. So that's something that we should think about. I'll close there and open it up for any questions or comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Clint. Now it's time for a few questions before we start the actual panel. Questions there on the back?
Thank you. Extremely interesting presentation. Loads of interesting things about methodology that I would like to ask, but yeah, maybe later. Just a short question. What's Polish invasion in your presentation on the last slide on Russia? Because I'm from Poland, so I kind of try to remember what do you mean here, but maybe I missed that history lesson. Thank you.
I was talking about the 1920. The 1920. Oh no, that was the. What was it? The 1920. I may have it in the wrong place, actually, in my little wheel. But the fight in 1920 between the Russians and the Poles.
Any other questions that are there? I will hand over there.
Thank you. It was very interesting. In your analysis, have you considered this wide nationalization effort Russia took back in 2023, nationalizing industries of steel production on some machinery tools, and as I know, it still continues? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that's captured in sort of the regeneration information. Like I said, their ability to regenerate forces has been pretty impressive, and it has come from just mobilizing industry and really increasing output in a way that's allowed them to sustain the war in the way that they have and replace the significant losses that they've taken. So I think we considered it in that way. We discuss it in the paper, how they've done it. I don't know if I'm speaking specifically to your question about nationalizing the steel industry, but I could say that they've expanded their production capacity by reopening facilities that had been dormant before the war, and have done a number of things to support mobilization and sustainment.
Thank you. Let's give a short applause to our presenter. Now we still have a little bit over 10 minutes time for a panel discussion. So far we have gone through the key lessons learned from the Russian side concerning the ongoing war, and we have talked about heard about the railway system and how it supports the Russian mobilization and move forces and the factors in relation there. And now we heard what the capability or the future plans are for or how they are being evaluated by RAND concerning the development of Russian capability. So now I open the floor for questions to our presenters. Okay, I will start up a little bit from my side. This question goes to all of you. You can answer it from your own perspective. Now when you consider what the kind of effects of the war has been to Russian capability, and we know that the basic limitations of them to mobilize troops. We heard the numbers, how much they're able to produce, but what is, in your opinion, the future capability of Russia to actually mobilize the troops and get them to the right place, if you consider that the enemies for them is NATO? A large question, but if you can handle it from your perspective.
Extremely easy question to answer as well.
Start.
No. Well, I don't know if my mic is on, but I mean, if you take it, you know, to another level, and I mean, there is no reason to generally disregard either economic capability or military capability, but the core here is essentially political will, right? As long as there is political will to actually carry through with these intentions, Russia is going to continue, right? And this is a qualitative capability. Will is a qualitative capability that's very difficult for us to affect, right? Or is it?
It depends. It depends.
I would just throw the question back at you. I'm sorry, but I think it's an immensely important factor that we also need to sort of wrap around into this, because if there was no will to carry this through, this would not be happening. I don't know. What about you?
I mean,
if you have any greater answer than that to
I would
to a
just
good
add
question.
probably that the war is still not over, and there are many discussions on when and how it will end, but nobody really knows how these three factors are going to play out. And one thing is, if sanctions are, for example, partly lifted, fully lifted, or they will go in a different direction, more sanctions. So what will be how the economy is going to develop? Will there be more or less technological opportunities? But in general, what Russia will come out from this war with, let's say, troops which fight quite a long and heavy war, which is some capacity which the only way is participating in this kind of a conflict, which probably will give them some advantage. And by the way, for Ukraine, this advantage also exists. For next 10 years, they will have like very capable people knowing what it is to be on real frontline. Equipment-wise, I think that's a good question. That's a good thing to discuss and understand if they will try to recreate these large stockpiles they had. One thing is just to, let's say, build 2,000, 3,000 tanks, new tanks to replace the older generation stuff they have. Another thing is to build 15,000 tanks, or 10,000 tanks, which they had at the stockpiles, and that's, I personally, like says, not quantitatively, I don't see that happening until 2032 at least, or 35. That's probably a bit of too much.
Yeah.
But I think, so Russia is gaining more kind of professional human resource in armed forces, at the same time probably losing one of their silver bullets, this infinite stockpiles, especially if war will continue for a year or two from this moment.
I don't know if Clint has anything to say, or if he's still with us.
Clint, are you with us? He dropped out. Okay, then we'll.
He's lost. Yeah, lost in battle. No, but I mean, just to continue. I mean, if we're going to at least try to answer this question. I mean, it's when we look at Russia, we all study Russia here in some aspect. What's Russia's unique selling point compared to NATO and the alliance? I mean, it's a very resourceful country. They don't have everything. They're not capable of producing everything, but they have, I mean, combined, within their own state quite many more resources than each alliance member has individually, or perhaps even can summon together. This is a problem. How are we going to solve that? I mean, it's an unsolvable problem. It's just a natural fact, but that doesn't mean that we're unable to counter it either. But it's something that we can't change it. We can't change this fact.
And I think listening to the presentation, I think one of the important factors is that even though they have the material, they have been learning things, is that how can they bring all that together? Providing new material, new technologies. They might have the quantity, they are lacking on maybe the quality, and then it comes down to how can you mobilize it all the next time when they are going to use it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and they have a great railway system, but they have proven themselves, partially at least, unable to carry out, functioning logistics operations. Yeah. So these two components can be lifted out and be placed in other contexts as well.
And then when we compared the numbers that we just heard on the last presentation of the future possible numbers compared to how much they had in the beginning in Ukraine and how long time it took for them to concentrate that force there and how visible that was, that also comes to a certain aspect of how realistic and how they are able to do it. Questions?
Yeah, rather comment. I think it was mentioned earlier and during the day that the good enough approach maybe is the way for Russia, at least as an option to look to reconstitution. What is actually enough for them? In terms of technology, probably the optimal weapon systems, which is affordable, fast to produce, reliable, able to nullify NATO key capabilities and able to inflict significant losses. So I think the balance will go somewhere there. They might have and will have some technical shortfalls, but Russian, so to speak, ability to produce something from nothing is already seen multiple times. So sanctions hamper that and slow down, but still they have a unique metals which the rest of the world dependent on. Of course, the critical is all the nitrocelluloses in terms of missiles and special artillery rounds and all that stuff, and microelectronics, and as well the machinery to the factory. They are heavily dependent in terms of military construction and stuff like that. Just a comment. And yeah, we didn't talk too much, but I think unmanned system development and unmanned troops development need to zoom in as well, and that's not just the UAVs and loitering munition.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Hi, it's from Maria. I've got a railway question. How big are the railway troops, and have they expanded or reduced in size? And what's the ratio of conscript to professional? We've heard 50-50, and that's the given kind of figure. With railway troops, do you need 50% professionals? I'm sorry, I didn't want to put you on a spot.
Oh, you did. Sorry. I don't have that figure in my head right now. I'm very bad with remembering numbers. But I will absolutely check it out, and we can continue the discussion.
I could answer your question. Right now we have 3 railway brigades, and every joint strategic command has 1. Brigade has 3,700 of troops. About 40% are conscripts.
Thanks.
Answer materialized. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay, at this stage, if there are no further questions, I would like to thank the presenters for the panel and for the good presentations, and for the audience for the good questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And with this, we conclude today's seminar.